Chapter 2033. A Sneak Attack Patriarch. North Moon Muyang bowed politely towards North Moon Chong-su. North Moon Chong-su nodded indifferently and glanced past Ning-chi and Lan-ra before looking at the goat demon. I've already heard about Yang Go's death, but he deserved it. Why do you still want justice? Even if he doesn't die in the ancestral demon mountains, I'll crush him to death once he returns. How dare he forcefully marry my daughter, just because he's Davis's honorary disciple? How laughable! Damn it! North Moon Chong-su sneered. North Moon Chong-su, do you plan on declaring war against my Yang family? No matter how wrong my son was, he shouldn't have died in the ancestral demon mountains. Sir Davis definitely won't just stand by and watch. No matter what, my son is his honorary disciple. If your North Moon family wants to fight, then come. The goat demon stared at North Moon Chong-su extremely coldly. A sliver of fear flashed through the depths of North Moon Chong-su's eyes. He obviously had no fear of declaring war against the Yang family. What he feared was the relationship between the goat demon and Davis. If they really did end up fighting and Davis stood up for the Yang family, his North Moon family would stand no chance at all. What a joke. He's just an honorary disciple. Even if Davis's first direct disciple, Yu-ji, dies to the hands of the North Mystic Young Master, that old bastard Davis wouldn't dare to say anything. Lan-ra suddenly interrupted and stared at the goat demon in disdain. When the people nearby heard that, they were slightly stunned. Davis's first direct disciple, Yu-ji, died to the hands of the North Mystic Young Master? What a joke! The demons looked at Lan-ra with a sliver of disdain. In order to scare the goat demon, he had come up with something so obvious that it was fake. He really did not live up to Lan-ra's identity as a mid-human demon. North Moon Chong-su, on the other hand, glanced at Ning-chi in thought. At this moment, North Moon Muyang's lips moved slightly, and North Moon Chong-su gradually became shocked. When he looked at Ning-chi again, there was a sliver of fear in his eyes. If North Moon Muyang had not colluded with outsiders to trick him, then what he had said was a little too shocking. Did such a terrifying prodigy really exist in the world? Ha ha ha! Goat Demon couldn't help but burst into laughter. He laughed so hard that his tears almost flowed out. He had heard of Yu-ji, who had reached the late stage of human demon a long time ago. Even he didn't think that he was stronger than Yu-ji. How could such an existence be killed by a guy who was not even in the human demon stage? This was the funniest joke he had heard all these years. Sure enough, many people said that Lan-ra's brain was not enough. Compared to the few remaining elders of the Zun Mountain Army, he was much, much worse. It seemed that the rumors were true. Ning-chi, Lan-ra, North Moon Muyang, and North Moon Chong-su stared at the goat demon quietly. At this time, the teleportation array behind them suddenly flashed, and another group of devils walked out. After seeing Ning-chi, the devils in the front were immediately startled and hastily cupped their hands in salute. Their attitude was so respectful that even when they saw the patriarch of their family, they would not be able to do so. Greetings, young Master Bei-Xian. Duane and the others cupped their fists. Ning-chi nodded lightly. No need for formalities. Yes, young Master Bei-Xian. Only then did Duane and the others dare to stand up. They had completely witnessed the terrifying strength that Ning-chi had displayed in the battle of demon prodigies this time, so they no longer dared to harbor any competitive thoughts. They had already treated Ning-chi as an ancestor-level figure who completely surpassed regular late demon cultivators. Swish, swish, swish. A few figures shot through the air. They were the 5 other patriarchs aside from the North Moon family and the Yang family. Seeing the 5 of them, the goat demon's laughter gradually stopped. The 5 of them glanced at everyone before looking at Duane and the others. They were rather eager. Duane, how was the battle of demon prodigies this time? Did any earth demon take a fancy to you? Patriarch, A sliver of shame appeared on Dwayne's face. The battle of demon prodigies this time was not divided by cultivation. It was a chaotic battle, so he did not participate. The 5 of them immediately became disappointed when they heard that. If any one of Dwayne and the others had been accepted as a direct disciple by an earth demon, their status in Yen Mountain City would rise by a whole level. They would be able to suppress the other clans, and they would be much more confident even against the Demon King's estate. Then the number 1 of the battle of demon prodigies this time must be from the 3 great tribes and 4 colossal cities, right? The patriarch of the Dwayne family said indifferently, "Number 1. Dwayne and the others looked at one another before looking at Ning Chi rather strangely. Ping Tian said eagerly, "The young master of the North profound divine race has taken first place in the battle of demon prodigies this time. Even the flame emperor of the Xingtian tribe is nowhere close to him." As he said that, a sliver of admiration appeared on Ping Tian's face. "What? He's first?" The goat demon, the elders behind him, and the 5 patriarchs were all stunned. When the demons in the surroundings heard that, they basically gasped at the same time. They looked at Ning Chi in disbelief as their hearts churned. North Moon Myang and Lan Ruo's lips curled up slightly as they looked at the goat demon with slight mockery. "Ping Tian, are you telling the truth?" "Patriarch, I haven't lied at all. The millions of demons in the ancestral demon mountains can bear witness to that." Ping Tian said politely. Dwayne and the others all nodded as well, expressing that Ping Tian was telling the truth. North Moon Chong Su believed him now. He was basically both shocked and doubtful. If Ning Chi possessed the ability to kill a late demonic human like Divine Lord Huang Huang, why did he not use it in the arena back then? However, right now was clearly not the time to express his doubts. North Moon Chong Su could only suppress his doubts for now. Once everything today was over, he would look into it in detail. Impossible. This kid hasn't even reached the demonic human yet, so how can he take first place in the battle of demon prodigies while surrounded by so many late demonic human prodigies? The goat demon suddenly looked at Ning Chi as endless killing intent filled his eyes. In the next moment, before North Moon Chong Su and the others could even respond, the goat demon had already struck out. The tremendous demon Chi forced the demons in the surroundings to take several dozen steps back involuntarily. Right from the beginning, the goat demon had used his full strength. Clearly, he planned on killing Ning Chi directly. This was because he knew that if this was true, there would be no room for negotiation with the grievances between his Yang family and Ning Chi. Instead of waiting for Ning Chi to destroy the Yang family, he might as well strike first and gain the upper hand. Bang, bang, bang. The goat demon's chest was struck 3 times by Ning Chi. He shot out like a cannonball, knocking away the elders behind him before landing heavily on the ground. Chapter 2034. The destruction of the Yang family. The goat demon was both surprised and furious. He had never thought that Ning Chan would still be able to react to his sudden sneak attack, and the 3 punches were so powerful that they left him tongue-tied. All of the bones in his chest had been shattered. If it were not for the demon chi that kept him alive, he probably would have fainted long ago. When he discovered the sliver of heavy killing intent in Ning Chi's eyes, the goat demon became afraid. Just when he opened his mouth to beg for mercy, Ning Chi's foot had already landed on his head. Bang, bang, bang. The great sound made the nearby demons shudder with fear. Even North Moon Chong and the others were slightly surprised by this. Ning Chi's foot landed on the goat demon's head again and again. The first stomp made half of the goat demon's body sink into the ground, while the subsequent stomps made the goat demon twitch. His legs could not help but straighten up. The elders who had been knocked to the ground could not help but tremble when they saw this. They stared at Ning Chi in utter fright. Finally, after over a dozen stomps, the goat demon's HP completely dropped to 0. North Moon Chong and the others could no longer sense any signs of life from him. The patriarch of the Yang family, one of the 7 great clans of Yen Mountain City, and a great late demon human. The goat demon was dead. Patriarch. An elder of the Yang family sensed that the goat demon was already dead and immediately became overwhelmed by grief and fury. He directly charged towards Ning Chi, but before he could approach Ning Chi, Lan Ruo and North Moon Myong struck out together, suppressing the elder on the spot. Seeing this, the other elders of the Yang family immediately adjusted themselves. They no longer dared to look at Ning Chi. They were very afraid that Ning Chi would wipe out the Yang family and kill them all here. Young Master Beishian, how should we deal with this person? Lan Ruo looked at Ning Chi. The Yang family will be disbanded from now on. Do you have any objections? Ning Chi glanced at the elder who had been restrained by Lan Ruo and Myong indifferently. You killed my patriarch. This is absolutely irreconcilable. The elder stared at Ning Chi extremely viciously. His eyes were filled with bone-deep hatred. If that's the case, kill them all. Ning Chi laughed and no longer bothered with this person. He turned and walked towards the direction of the Devil King's manor. Gai Yuan's and the 5th Snow Sovereign didn't say anything. Only after everything was over did they follow after Ning Chi. Hearing that Ning Chi wanted to kill everyone from the Yang family, the elder immediately became flustered. He roared out towards Ning Chi's back. I'll take responsibility for my own actions. If you want to kill someone, just kill me. It has nothing to do with the others. You said, I'll only kill you. Is that possible? The corner of Lan Ruo's lips curled slightly as a sliver of killing intent flashed through his eyes. North Moon Chong Su and the others glanced at one another before looking at the frightened elders of the Yang family together. Dao En, Ping Tian, Kong Yen, take some people with you and pay a visit to the Yang family. Yes. Don't kill us. We're willing to disband the Yang family. This has nothing to do with us. The elders of the Yang family immediately began to cry out when they heard the orders from the other patriarchs. They wanted to wipe out the entire Yang family in one fell swoop. Your patriarch is already dead. Don't you want to go with him? North Moon Chong Su sneered. Yang Go's actions this time had made him completely resentful towards the Yang family, no matter how innocent they seemed. Since Ning Chi had spoken to kill them all, he did not mind doing them a favor. God damn it, Yang Shun, it's all your fault. Before they died, the elders of the Yang family roared furiously at the person Lan Ruo and North Moon Muyang had captured. Yang Shun watched dumbfoundedly as North Moon Chong Su and the others killed them with a flick of their fingers. He was filled with regret. If he had another chance, he definitely would have chosen to hold it in. At the very least, he would have been able to preserve some of the Yang family's lineage. Yang Shun, you can go as well. As for the little bastards of the Yang family, we'll obviously help you deal with them so that you can all leave in one piece. Lan Ruo smiled. I won't spare you even if I become a ghost. Yang Shun let out a shrill howl. Afterwards, North Moon Muyang and Lan Ruo struck out together, killing Yang Shun on the spot. The Yang family had been destroyed. The news spread across the entire city in just half a day like a plague. Many demons even personally witnessed the prodigies of the Yang family wailing as they tried to flee the city, but they were still slain by the combined efforts of the prodigies of the other clans in the end. Apart from a few descendants of the Yang family who were not in Yen Mountain City, the main branch of the Yang family in Yen Mountain City had been completely destroyed. Not a single one of them was spared. As for the reason, all the demons in Yen Mountain City understood. It was because the Yang family had offended someone they could not afford to offend, the champion of the Battle of Prodigies, the young master of the Demon King's estate of Yen Mountain City. As soon as the Mountain Sea Alliance and the Moonbreaking Alliance received the news, a huge uproar broke out. The former trembled with fear, while the latter was wild with joy. The Mountain Sea Alliance, which had been running low on members to begin with, and the rest of the devils immediately bade farewell to Nayland Shanghai. Afterwards, they immediately joined the Moon Shattering Alliance. At the same time, the various clans extended an olive branch to the moon-shattering alliance. They opened up a green channel for everything so that they could curry favor with their true backer, the young master of the Demon King's estate, through the moon-shattering alliance. Young Master Beixian actually won the title of the #1 prodigy, suppressing the 3 great tribes and the 4 great cities. He is indeed a role model for our generation. That's right. I'm already prepared to go and take him as my master. Take him as your master? Let's go together. You guys shouldn't go. You're not talented enough. I still have a chance. Bulsh *T. I must go today. All the prodigies of the clans, no matter if they were from the upper circle, the middle circle, or the lower circle, tacitly went to the Demon King's estate. Wolf Eyes and Wolf Blood could only patiently tell them that the young Master Beixian had entered the hidden Cultivator City's secret realm to cultivate in seclusion. However, these guys were unwilling to leave, so they lingered around the Demon King's estate. Some of the rich prodigies of the demon clans even rushed into the hidden Cultivator City, wanting to take Ning Qi as their master. In the backyard of the Demon King's estate, Wan Li and Zhu Feng, who were facing the wall, received a message from their subordinates. Although they weren't facing the wall in the same place, their expressions were surprisingly the same. A trace of jealousy and anger flashed in their eyes. Hidden Cultivator City, secret realm. Due to the demon clan's heaven's pride battle, there weren't many prodigies cultivating in the secret realm. There were only about 20 of them. They all stood together, looking at a cave dwelling not far away with a strange expression. I heard he won first place in the demon clan's heaven's pride battle. Even Flame Emperor Xing Tian, Qiu Hanzhong, and the others were ashamed of their inferiority. The news has been confirmed. It's true. Hiss, what kind of clan is he from? How can he suppress us late-stage demonic humans when he's not even in the demonic human stage? Should we test him? A prodigy of the demon clans whispered. The others suddenly looked at him, and their faces twitched. Then they turned around and returned to their cave dwellings. Chapter 2035. Seclusion. Ning Qi had obtained 1,000,000 medium-grade demon crystals this time. According to the daily consumption rate of 100 medium-grade demon crystals in the mystic realm, this was enough for him to stay here for around 30 years. He believed that during this time the system would have finished upgrading, and he could use the demonic energy here as well as the demonic energy origin bead in his mind to temper his mortal body and open the 6th of the 9 inner hidden gates. At that time, his combat strength would rise to a terrifying degree. As he began to cultivate, the other proud children of heaven in the mystic realm began to complain. All of the demonic energy was flowing towards Ning Qi, indirectly causing their cultivation speed to drop by several times. But someone had already spoken to the elder behind hidden Cultivator City, Chang Guisong. Chang Guisong said that this was normal cultivation and that Ning Qi couldn't be expelled because of this. Now, Ning Qi had won the reputation of being the #1 proud child of heaven, and his status had skyrocketed. Even if a perfected human demon were to see him, they would have to treat him as an equal. They believed that as long as Ning Qi wanted to, with his heaven-defying talent, he could join the 3 great tribes or 4 great cities at any time. Thus, everyone could only silently endure, not daring to say anything. Hee. Could it be that he was the first-place winner of the demon race's heaven's pride battle? I thought this boy's cultivation was extraordinary, but look, the speed at which he absorbs demonic energy is dozens of times that of the other proud children of heaven. Chang Guisong and the others were sitting in a room. Aside from him, there were 3 other elders sitting around him. They were all at the great perfection stage of the demonic human realm, and they belonged to the major forces behind them. They were responsible for looking after Hidden Cultivator City and collecting the demonic crystals that Hidden Cultivator City earned every season. Between the 4 of them was a wall of water that clearly reflected every grass and tree in the mystic realm. I never thought that a true dragon would appear in a place like this. But it's strange. Why did he return to the mystic realm to cultivate? In the 3 great tribes and 4 great cities, where isn't the demonic energy thicker than our hidden cultivator city? That's right. When this boy cultivates, he's like a Taodai. Everyone else doesn't need to cultivate here. Perhaps he's more accustomed to staying here. Chang Guisong lightly smiled. Is this not good for our hidden cultivator city? If the number 1 proud child of heaven were to cultivate here, then we would all benefit. I think we should return the 1,000,000 medium-grade demonic crystals to him. See, Chang Guisong, even if you say that 1,000,000 medium-grade demonic crystals is not a small number, are we really going to return it to him? An elder with a large mole between his brows looked at Chang Guisong in shock. It's not a bad choice to use this to curry favor with this kid. However, we should ask the higher-ups about this matter first, right? Another elder said in a low voice. I've already asked, and the higher-ups have agreed to this. I'll return his share of mana, crystals, untouched. I'm only mentioning this matter to the 3 of you because I don't want to be the bad guy while I'm the good guy. Chang Guisong smiled. Hearing this, the 3 of them had strange expressions on their faces. They each sent a message back, and not long after, they received a message from their superiors. Agreed. My side agrees as well. Me too. This guy is really influential. This is not the human devil stage. When he breaks through to the human devil stage in the future, won't he be on the same level as the earth devil stage? That's not necessarily true. I believe that he can fight a late human devil stage cultivator. But you're telling me that he can fight an earth devil stage cultivator? That's impossible. At the earth devil stage, one can already comprehend some of the heavenly Tao laws and condense a devil heart. Just this point alone makes the human devil stage far inferior. Who can say for sure? Chang Guisong smiled faintly. His gaze fell on the water wall. Ning Qi's demonic qi vortex was about to overflow the cave. Endless demonic qi was frantically gathering towards him. Time flew. In the blink of an eye, 10 years had passed. In these 10 years, Ning Qi's name had spread throughout the immortal prison. No matter how remote a tribe or clan was, they could all hear the rumors about Ning Qi. And the more they spread, the more ridiculous they became. Some said that during the Heaven's Pride battle of the Devil race, Ning Qi single-handedly suppressed dozens of Heaven's Prides. Some said that Ning Qi defeated Heaven's Prides with one move. Some didn't believe it, but there were also those who believed it without a doubt. People like Xiao Qi, who had enmity with Ning Qi, had already found a hidden place to hide. They were afraid that Ning Qi would settle accounts with them, so they didn't dare to step into Yan Shan City, Spirit Void Tribe. Because of the death of Spirit Void Void Sky and Spirit Void Near Hand, Spirit Void Zhe Duo had become the Heaven's Pride that his branch had cultivated. However, there was always a thorn in his heart that he couldn't get rid of. That was Ning Qi, who had killed his big brother and second brother in the Devil Land. Originally, he thought that Spirit Void Mountain could kill Ning Qi. Later, he received the news that Spirit Void Mountain had died in Yanshan City. For this matter, the Spirit Void tribe had already started preparing for war. Just as the Spirit Void tribe was preparing for war with Yanshan City, they received the news that the Northern Black Devil race had become the personal disciple of Zun Shan Devil Kingpin. Later, the Spirit Void tribe's patriarch personally came out and suppressed this matter. At first, all the elders of the Spirit Void tribe felt indignant. However, as time passed, this matter became less and less important, until the news that Ning Qi had become the champion of the Devil Race's Heaven's Pride battle spread to the Spirit Void tribe. They knew that this person was the murderer who had killed Spirit Void Mountain, Spirit Void Sky, and Spirit Void Near Hand. The Devil Race in the tribe was shocked, but they also felt a trace of fear and relief. They all thought that the Spirit Void tribe's patriarch had made a wise choice. Since the other party was such a heaven's pride, there might be an even more terrifying existence behind him. If they had really started a war, the Spirit Void tribe would have suffered a crushing defeat. Spirit Void Zay Duo, who had fought with Ning Chi face to face, was cultivating when he received this news. He almost went berserk because of this. If it wasn't for the elders who had rushed over and ordered him not to have any grudges with Ning Chi in the future and saved him, his cultivation might have been crippled. Bei Xian, just you wait. One day, I will definitely catch up to you. If I can't reach the human devil stage, I will wait for the earth devil stage. I, Spirit Void Zay Duo, will definitely become an earth devil. Every day after he finished cultivating, Spirit Void Zay Duo would secretly swear in his heart. This had already become his motivation for cultivating. Endless demonic energy wandered through Ning Chi's body. After 10 years of cultivation, every fiber of his muscles had been tempered to a great extent. His basic mortal body strength had risen by at least 30%. But he still hadn't been able to open the 6th of the 9 inner hidden gates. There was only one reason for this, and that was that the fire was insufficient. The demonic energy origin bead in his sea of consciousness had shrunk by several degrees. The demon god vanquishing talisman that had a small crack had been repaired by the demonic energy inside and outside. As for how many times it could be used, that would depend on the cultivation of the enemies Ning Chi would encounter in the future. Chapter 2036. The 6th Gate. It's time to break through to the 6th gate. Ning Chi slowly opened his eyes. His current physical strength was terrifying to the point of exploding. There was no one in the immortal prison who had such divine strength before he broke through to the human devil realm. Even if he wasn't a match for the heaven-punishing Flame Emperor, he could at least guarantee that he wouldn't be defeated. Right now, it was the best time for him to break through to the 6th gate of the 9 inner hidden gates. Boundless, liquefied devil chi surged crazily in Ning Chi's meridians. His meridians, which were tens of times wider than ordinary people, bulged up from the devil chi. The 1st gate of the 9 inner hidden gates, open. A dot of light appeared between Ning Chi's eyebrows, like a star in the universe. The 2nd gate of the 9 inner hidden gates, open. Another dot of light appeared on Ning Chi's chest. At this moment, Ning Chi's aura had increased by several times. The devil chi whirlpool above his head was also surging unceasingly, crazily absorbing all the devil chi in the mystic realm. Many geniuses were startled and looked towards Ning Chi's direction with ugly expressions. The 3rd gate of the 9 inner hidden gates, the 4th gate, the 5th gate of the 9 inner hidden gates, open! Boom! The cave dwelling instantly exploded. Ning Chi's body expanded uncontrollably. This was different from when he displayed the 10,000 ancient immortal Emperor Dharma idol. What was expanding now was his original body. In the future, if he didn't have a special method to shrink his body, he could only roam the Jianghu with such a terrifying body. However, Ning Chi's attention was not on this. Whoosh! 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 One by one, the geniuses broke through the void and stood in the void, looking at Ning Chi's current state with ashen faces. What kind of devil technique is this? It completely plundered all the devil chi in our mystic realm. How are we supposed to cultivate? AI, it seems like he's about to make a breakthrough. Maybe he'll leave this place after he makes a breakthrough? Breakthrough to the human devil realm. Many of the demons looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. Ning Chi had already won the title of the #1 genius before he reached the human devil realm. If he broke through to the human devil realm, how terrifying would his combat strength be? Although he had some complaints in his heart, he didn't dare to show it now. At this moment, 4 streaks of light shot through the air. With Chang Guisong in the lead, the 4 elders of hidden Cultivator City appeared. Seeing this, the geniuses in the secret realm hurriedly bowed, feeling even more jealous in their hearts. Just cultivating could attract the attention of 4 demonic cultivators at the grand perfection stage. Truly, demons were infuriated to death. Open the 6th door! An inhuman roar surged out from Ning Chi's throat. The clouds in the sky were scattered by this loud noise. All the demons in Yanshan City raised their heads and looked in the direction of the hidden cultivator city in bewilderment. In the next moment, countless demons soared into the sky, and the sky was filled with black dots. All the demons' gazes fell on Ning Chi at this moment. Yuan Venerate Beishian is about to break through again. Yuan Venerate Immortal Slayer and Yuan Venerate Devil Corpse flew up from the human domain of Hidden Cultivator City and looked in the direction of the secret realm. Although Ning Chi's body was already over 60 meters tall, the 2 of them still recognized him immediately. Besides the 2 of them, Great Sage Xian Zhen and Gu Miaoxian, who had been cultivating in the human domain, also soared into the sky. On the side of the Demon King's palace, Lan Ruo and the others followed Lelier's lead. Young Master Beishuan's aura has become much stronger. Ye's eyes flashed with a trace of surprise and doubt. Ha ha ha! Is Martial Nephew about to break through to the human devil stage? Lelier looked at Lan Ruo in surprise. Yes, it's very possible. Lan Ruo nodded solemnly. Breaking through to the human devil stage meant that Ning Chi might face an extremely dangerous lightning tribulation. Many demons had died at this step and were unable to become human devils. However, in his opinion, Ning Chi should be able to pass this lightning tribulation easily. The leaders of the various alliances all stared at Ning Chi sternly. North Moon Chongshu and the other leaders of the schools rushed over one after another. Miss Qingyue, young Master Beishuan's strength will definitely improve greatly after breaking through this time. Congratulations. A leader of the alliance who was standing close to Zi Qingyue smiled at Zi Qingyue after sensing the terrifying aura coming from Ning Chi's body. Zi Qingyue faintly nodded her head as she stared at Ning Chi. Zi Qingxing, Christy, and the others all had looks of worship on their faces. They were very clear that Ning Chi had spent a great deal of effort to kill the city, Lord of Ghost Devil City. He didn't hide his strength from the start. Ning Chi's current strength was the result of his cultivation during this period of time. With regards to this matter, they had always kept it a secret and didn't leak it out. Therefore, they admired Ning Chi even more than the other demons. Demon King's palace in the backyard. Wan Li and Zhu Feng walked out of their seclusion and stood in the backyard, looking towards the direction of Hidden Cultivator City. With Ning Chi's current height, they could see half of his body. Although it was only half of his body, the density of the devil Qi was enough to shock the 2 of them. After the 2 of them recovered from their shock, they looked at Ning Chi with complicated expressions. Because of Pain's order, they didn't dare to leave the backyard. 4th junior brother's strength will increase again this time, right? Zhu Feng said after a moment of silence. Wan Li nodded. Then, the 2 of them looked at each other and saw the complicated expression in each other's eyes. Open. Ning Chi raised his head to the sky and let out an enraged roar. The muscles on his body bulged like dragons, and an incomparably surging blood energy surged out. This allowed the demon race geniuses in the mystic realm to finally experience the terror of Ning Chi. Just from this aura alone, Ning Chi was already much stronger than them. In this way, they no longer had any doubts about Ning Chi obtaining first place in the heavens' chosen battle. The demons who wanted to test Ning Chi before were now filled with fear. Bang! There was a loud explosion in Ning Chi's mind. The demonic energy essence bead suddenly exploded, and an incomparably boundless demonic energy flooded into Ning Chi's body. Then, above his navel, a 6th dot of light lit up. Ning Chi's aura began to rise at a speed visible to the naked eye. At this time, even Chang Guisong and the other great perfection human demons could smell an extremely dangerous aura coming from Ning Chi's body. The sixth of the 9 inner hidden gates. Open! I've finally succeeded. Now this is the limit of my realm. Ningqi calmed himself down and began to examine his body. Although the demonic energy essence bead was gone, its demonic energy had completely fused into his body without any waste. Not only that, but it had also helped Ningqi open the sixth of the 9 inner hidden gates. Chapter 2037. The way back, seeing that Ningqi's aura had calmed down, the demons nearby had a strange look in their eyes. The lightning tribulation had not appeared, which meant that Ningqi had not broken through to the human demon stage. But why had the commotion just now been so terrifying? As expected of the number 1 heaven's pride, even a small breakthrough can cause such a commotion. A demon could not help but exclaim, a trace of envy in his eyes. The other demons suddenly understood when they heard this. So that was it. As expected of the number 1 heaven's pride, he was so different. What was supposed to be a thought-provoking scene was attributed to Ningqi's current status. It was as if his status as the number 1 heaven's pride could explain anything that happened, even if they did not understand. My body! Ningqi looked around and found that his current physical body was incomparably huge. He was sure that he didn't use the primordial immortal fiend god physique. With a thought, Ningqi's physical body shrank at a speed visible to the naked eye. But when he reached 3 zhang tall, he couldn't shrink any more no matter what. If he forced himself to shrink any further, the surging devil qi in his body would burst his body. Young Master Bei Xian's demonic art has reached the great accomplishment stage. Lan Rua's eyes lit up when he saw this. Ningqi had taught him a few words before, which had benefited him greatly. He had thought that this phenomenon was because Ningqi had cultivated this demonic art to the great accomplishment stage. Congratulations, congratulations. Chang Guisong let out a long laugh and took the lead to congratulate Ningqi. Only when he was in front of Ningqi could he truly feel how thick and terrifying the demonic qi within Ningqi's body was. Even he was likely a level weaker than it. The other 3 great perfection human demons also stepped forward to congratulate Ningqi. At the same time, they felt the same shock as Chang Guisong. Ningqi smiled. Chang Guisong had come once when the heaven's pride of the mystic land had complained about him. Although Ningqi did not leave the cave abode, he had remembered Chang Guisong's aura. Chang Guisong's actions had made Ningqi very grateful that he had not chased him away for stealing the demonic qi of other heaven's prides. Thank you, Senior Song. Ningqi looked down at Chang Guisong and smiled. He could not help it. He was too tall now. Chang Guisong was like a child before him. Congratulations, young Master Bei Xian. The demons nearby exclaimed in unison upon seeing this. The sky prides in the mystic realm looked a little unnatural when they saw this, but they still clasped their fists and congratulated them. Everyone, you're too polite. With a smile on his face, Ningqi cupped his fists towards the surroundings. Brother Bei Xian, these are the magical crystals you handed over last time. They're all in here. We didn't touch any of them. Chang Guisong took out an interspatial ring with a smile and handed it to Ningqi. A hint of confusion flashed through Ningqi's eyes. He frowned slightly and asked Senior Song, "What is this?" Could it be that the other party was finally chasing him away? Little brother Bei Xian, don't misunderstand. You won first place in the demon race's heaven's chosen battle this time, and you're cultivating in Hidden Cultivator City. This is equivalent to raising the reputation of Hidden Cultivator City and bringing honor to Yen Mountain City. Naturally, we can't accept this devil crystal. In the future, little brother Bei Xian can cultivate as long as you want in the secret realm. Chang Guisong smiled. Since that's the case, I won't stand on ceremony. Ningqi smiled and didn't act pretentiously. It would be a waste if he didn't accept 1 million mid-grade devil crystals. Seeing that Ningqi accepted the devil crystal, Chang Guisong and the other 3 smiled even more brightly. This at least meant that Ningqi accepted their goodwill. Little brother Beishian, this cave abode of yours is already damaged. Shall I get someone to change it for you? Chang Guisong looked at the cave abode that had been reduced to ruins by Ning Qi's body and smiled. Ning Qi smiled and indicated that he didn't need to cultivate in the secret realm anymore. Then he cupped his fists towards Chang Guisong and the others and flew towards Lurier's side, returning to the Demon King's residence with them. The demonic geniuses in the secret realm were overjoyed when they saw this. This devil was finally going to leave. Their cultivation progress would be the same as before. If it weren't for the fact that there were no firecrackers here, there would definitely be demons who couldn't help but set off firecrackers to celebrate this. Demon King's residence. Ning Qi's previous courtyard was no longer suitable for his current size. Lurier got someone to build a courtyard that was countless times larger overnight. When everyone walked into the courtyard, it felt like they had entered the giant city. In the main hall, Ning Qi sat in the middle. The huge chair was just right for him. Then there were ordinary chairs on both sides. Lurier, Lan Rua, and the others sat on them. They felt like children, while Ning Qi was a teacher teaching children. The style was really too strange. Disciple nephew Beishian, you can't shrink your body anymore? Lurier asked. Right now, the demonic qi in my body is surging. I should need some time to digest it. After I completely absorb the demonic qi, I should be able to return to my original size. Ning Qi smiled. That's good. Lurier and the others heaved a sigh of relief. Otherwise, if Ning Qi was so huge all day, they would be under too much pressure every time they saw him. Uncle Master, why isn't Master back yet? Ning Qi scanned with his divine will. He didn't find Pain's aura. A strange look appeared in his eyes. Pain seemed to be very busy and was basically not in Yenshan City. Your master likes to run around. He's probably out looking for fortuitous encounters. Lurier chuckled. Lan Rua nodded as if he was already used to this. After chatting for a while, Lurier got up and left. Ning Qi's lips moved slightly as he imparted the complete demon ancestor golden body technique to Lan Rua. Lan Rua stood rooted to the ground before ecstatically looking at Ning Qi. With a plop, he knelt down in front of Yuan Venerate Immortal Slayer, Yuan Venerate Devil Corpse, Guyuenza, Fifth Snow Lord, Yi, Great Sage Xianzhen Gumiaoxian, and the others. Thank you, young Master Beishian, for imparting this supreme demonic technique to me. Bam, bam. Lan Rua kowtowed 3 times. Ning Qi gently lifted his head, and a formless force stopped Lan Rua, preventing him from kowtowing any further. Go. Ning Qi smiled. Lan Rua got up and nodded before leaving the main hall in delight. Then Ning Qi sent Guyuenza and the 5th Snow Lord away. Then he looked at the great sage Xianzhen and the others and said solemnly, I will leave the immortal prison soon and return to the central mainland. What? Yuan Venerate Immortal Slayer and Yuan Venerate Devil Corpse looked at Ning Qi in surprise. Yuan Venerate Beishian, have you found the way back? Yuan Venerate Immortal Slayer asked solemnly. I knew the way back from the beginning. Otherwise, how could I have let Daoyan have the chance to suppress me? Ning Qi chuckled. Yuan Venerate Slayer and Yuan Venerate Immortal looked at each other in shock when they heard this. Did Ning Qi's words mean? The two of them had never imagined that Ning Qi had deliberately let Dao Yin suppress him back then. This scheming, that's why I'm asking the two of you if you want to go back together? Chapter 2038. System update complete. Should I go back? Yuan Venerate Devil Corpse nodded. Yuan Venerate Beishian, I will go back with you. After he said that, he realized that Yuan Venerate Slayer Immortal didn't say anything. It seemed like he had fallen silent, which made him feel a little strange. Senior brother? What happened? Before I entered the Immortal Penitentiary, I thought it was just a cage. However, the Immortal Penitentiary is so vast that it's even bigger than the Central Continent. The cultivation speed here is also several times faster than in the central continent. Yuan Venerate, Slayer Immortal, said softly. Senior brother, have you forgotten? Even if we return to the central continent, we can still return to the immortal prison at any time. Yuan Venerate, Devil Corpse, said with a strange look on his face. Yuan Venerate, Immortal Slayer, was slightly taken aback before looking up. His train of thought had reached a dead end. Yuan Venerate, Demonic Corpse, was right. Dao Yan would definitely be suppressed by Ning Qi once they returned to the central continent. At that time, the ownership of the entrance to the immortal prison would fall into Ning Qi's hands. Wouldn't it be easy for them to return then? Yuan Venerate, Slayer Immortal, immediately expressed his willingness to follow Ning Qi back to the central continent. Ning Qi smiled and looked at the great sage of profound truth. Gu Miaoxian stared blankly at the great sage Xianjin before lowering her head. In the next moment, she realized that her hand was being held tightly by the great sage Xianjin. Bei Xian, I won't be going back. Great Saint Xianjin said with a smile. He glanced at Gu Miaoxian, and a trace of deep love appeared in his eyes. Gu Miaoxian seemed to be shocked by Great Saint Xianjin's choice. However, after the shock, a trace of joy and excitement immediately appeared on her face. Her eyes gradually became a little red. Why? The central continent is your home. In the immortal prison, you will always be an outsider. Ning Qi smiled faintly. No matter what I was like in the past, now I only know that I want to stay here and accompany Miao Xian. Great Sage Xuanjin said with a smile, and a trace of determination flashed in his eyes. Aren't you going to take her to the central continent? The immortal prison is so dull, it's not bad to go for a walk once in a while, right? Ning Qi laughed. Take her. Great Sage Xuanjin looked at Ning Qi in surprise. You mean Miao Xian can go with me? Gu Miaoxian was also shocked. Why not? Ning Qi smiled. If he was asked if the Devil Clan could go to the Immortal Clan's continent, he wouldn't dare to guarantee it. However, going to the central continent was definitely not a problem. After all, compared to the Immortal Clan's continent and the Devil Clan's continent, the central continent was a much lower level world. Whether it was the Devil Clan or the Immortal Clan, they should be able to travel unimpeded. Miao Xian, are you willing to? Great Sage Xianjin looked at Gu Miaoxian excitedly. After losing his memories, he had always wanted to find his past self. Now that he had the chance to go back, it would be a lie to say that he was not tempted. Of course I do. Gu Miaoxian nodded with a smile. Yuan Venerate Devil Corpse had said that he could return to the immortal prison at any time. This meant that even if he went to the central mainland, he could easily return to this place. Even if Ning Qi hadn't invited her, she would still have been tempted. All right, it's settled then. You guys can continue to cultivate in Hidden Cultivator City. When the time is right, I'll come find you. Ning Qi laughed. A year later, the devil Qi in Ning Qi's body was gradually suppressed and absorbed by him. His stature had also shrunk a lot, but he was still 5 meters tall. Standing next to ordinary devils, he looked like a giant, but compared to some devils, his stature was much smaller, so people would not feel so uncomfortable. In addition, his strength had increased considerably during this process. Ning Qi believed that his strength would increase again when his body returned to its original size. Young Master Bei Xian, another group of demons is asking to see you. Lang Shui's voice came from outside the door. There was a hint of helplessness in his voice. Over the past year, he had rejected thousands of supreme geniuses of the demon race who had rushed over from all over the place. Their purpose was very simple. They wanted to become Ning Qi's disciples. You don't have to inform me about such matters in the future. You can settle it yourself, Ning Qi said faintly. Lang Shui nodded and turned to leave. More than 10 days passed. On this day, Ning Qi was refining the demonic qi in his body when a loud sound was heard in his mind. Then, the system notification that hadn't appeared in many years was heard again. System update complete. Immortal grade items from the Dragon Slaying Mall have been successfully unlocked. The host may proceed to exchange them. Immortal grade items? The update this time was just to unlock these? Ning Qi frowned slightly. He had thought that the system would make a big move, but what he saw was beyond his expectations. However, when he checked the dragon slaying mall, he found that not only could he exchange for inferior to supreme grade immortal artifacts, but he could also exchange for immortal mystiques. For example, the immortal god's grace that he currently had was in there. The exchange price was not too expensive, only 300,000 dragon slaying crystals. The immortal god's rank 1 mystique should be equivalent to the demon's rank 1 combat skills. However, each mystique has different powers and effects. I can't judge its strength by its rank alone. After checking, Ning Qi came to a conclusion. He had cultivated the 9 inner hidden gates to the 6th gate, which could be considered a rank 6 combat skill of the demon race. However, the effect of the 9 inner hidden gates was a bit monotonous. In close combat, it could indeed explode with great power, but in many situations, the 9 inner hidden gates might not be as good as some rank 2 or 3 immortal gods' mystiques. For example, Ning Qi saw a rank 3 immortal god's lesser shift, which allowed him to move freely within a range of 5,000 miles. In comparison, even 90,000 miles in an instant was not as good as lesser shift. It seems that the immortal race is good at long-range attacks, while the demon race is good at close combat. Among so many immortal gods' mystiques, only a few are for close combat. Then Ning Qi took a look at the exchange price of lesser teleportation. It required 5 million dragon-slaying crystals to exchange for this magical power. Ning Qi only had a little more than 3 million dragon-slaying crystals. It seemed that it would take some time before he could exchange for lesser teleportation. This kind of magical power was good for escaping. If he encountered some kind of trapping formation, as long as he was strong enough, he could directly use lesser teleportation to escape. Host, Ning Qi, Ancient Immortal Fiend God Body. Grade, 9 Tribulations Creator Cultivation Technique. Imprisonment Dragon Elephant Art. 10th Level Demon Battle Skill. 9 Inner Hidden Gates. 6 Gate Immortal God's Grace Health Points. 80 Dragon Slayer Crystals. 3,190,000. My health points have increased to 80? Ning Qi was a little surprised. He did not expect that his cultivation during this period of time would increase his health points by so much. From this, it could be seen that the demonic qi had a terrifying effect on the body and blood. Host's advancement mission has been issued. Please proceed to the mission details. The system notification sounded. Chapter 2039. Demon Dragon, Pearl. The system advancement mission this time could be said to be difficult and easy at the same time. Moreover, there was no time limit. The only requirement was that Ning Qi go to the Immortal Lands. As long as he arrived there, the mission would be completed and he would obtain the qualifications to advance. Ning Qi's divine sense swept through the good fortune domain. Even now, the purple void god tree was only as tall as a person. He had no idea when it would reach the legendary level of being able to send people to the Immortal Lands. It seemed that this mission wouldn't be completed in a short period of time. Yen Mountain Auction House. Gazes of reverence, respect, and fear landed on Ning Qi. Many of the demonic geniuses were overjoyed to see Ning Qi. However, because Ning Qi's aura was too dense and terrifying, they didn't dare to approach him. They could only watch from afar. "Where's my martial uncle?" Ning Qi looked at a staff member. That staff member was overwhelmed by this unexpected favor, secretly overjoyed. He enthusiastically brought Ning Qi to find Rulier, who was handling the auction house's affairs. "Apprentice Nephew Beixian, why have you come to the auction house today? Are you here to buy something?" Rulier was surprised to see Ning Qi. Ning Qi was either in seclusion in hidden Cultivator City's mystic realm or in the Demon King's mansion. He rarely showed himself, and even his martial uncle was too embarrassed to disturb him. This was why Rulier was so surprised to see Ning Chi appear at the Yen Mountain auction house. Ning Chi looked at Lulier with a hint of a smile in his eyes and said, "Uncle Master, I'm not here to buy things this time." "You're not here to buy anything? Is there something you need Marshall Uncle's help with?" Rulier's eyes flashed as he suspiciously looked at Ning Chi. According to reason, with Ning Chi's current strength, what couldn't he handle? "This demon artifact is the prize for the Demon Pride of Heaven battle. It's useless to me, so I want to give it to Marshall Uncle." Ning Chi smiled. He took out the medium-grade demon artifact from his spatial bag. It was a round shield that could be activated with demonic energy and could be used for both offense and defense. Ning Chi had already tested it and found it to be quite useful, but he had the 9 inner hidden gates for offense and the demon god evasion talisman for defense. This medium-grade demon artifact was undoubtedly useless to Ning Chi, but to Rulier, it was absolutely a life-saving treasure. The Heavenly Tiger Shield, produced by the Master Tribe? Seeing the pattern and a tribal mark on the round shield, Luriel looked at Ning Chi in shock. "Marshall nephew, are you kidding me? Don't you know the value of this magic tool? The Master Craftsman tribe is one of the few mysterious tribes that can refine low-grade and mid-grade magic tools. Apart from having some friendly relations with the 3 great tribes and the 4 great cities, it is extremely difficult for the other tribes to request a magic tool from them. This Heavenly Tiger Shield can be sold for 2 million mid-grade magic crystals, and there would be a lot of people fighting over it. You want to give it to me? Of course I'm not joking. Marshall Uncle has taken care of me for a long time, and I'm doing this to show my filial piety to you. You won't reject this, right?" Ning Chi said with a smile. "How could this be?" Luriel snatched the Heavenly Tiger Shield and examined it with delight. His face revealed an intoxicated expression. This was a mid-grade magic tool. Normally, only existences in the consummate human-demon realm could possess such a treasure. If he had this Heavenly Tiger Shield, he would have some chance of winning against a mid-stage human-demon. The increase in strength would be more than just a little. With a flip of his hand, Luriel kept the Heavenly Tiger Shield. Then he looked at Ning Chi with a gratified expression and said, "Marshal Nephew Beishian, your master really didn't accept you as a disciple for nothing. I'll accept the Heavenly Tiger Shield, but I also have something to give you. Don't reject me." Ning Chi was slightly startled when he heard that. Then he looked at Luriel with a faint smile. Everyone in Yen Mountain City knew that Luriel valued money as much as his life. Ning Chi didn't know what he would give him. "Take out that saber of yours." Luriel smiled. "Saber? Dragon Slayer saber?" Ning Chi was a little puzzled. After he took out the Dragon Slayer saber, Luriel took out a dark green bead and pressed it into the 2 remaining holes on the Dragon Slayer saber. The moment the dark green bead touched one of the holes, it was sucked in. Then, the Dragon Slayer saber emitted a faint light and flashed. In the next moment, the dark green bead and the Dragon Slayer saber became one. It was as if the bead was supposed to stay on the saber. The Snow Dragon bead, Water Dragon bead, Thunder Dragon bead, Fire Dragon bead, and Earth Dragon bead. The 5 dragon beads instantly emitted a myriad of colors and resonated with the dark green bead. "Ding! Congratulations, host, for obtaining the Demon Dragon bead," the system's prompt sounded. In the next moment, the Dragon Slayer saber's appearance seemed to have changed slightly. Its entire body became a lot darker, and the aura on it became more vigorous. The sharp aura on the blade made Ning Chi's skin feel pain. Luriel seemed to be unable to withstand this aura and took a few steps back. Seeing this, Ning Chi immediately put away the Dragon Slayer saber and looked at Luriel in shock. His Uncle Master actually gave him a dragon bead. "I said that this bead should have fallen from your saber. Your Uncle Master, I have studied it for nearly 10,000 years and haven't been able to figure it out." Luriel stroked his beard and laughed. The aura on the Dragon Slayer saber was enough to prove that it was an extremely amazing demonic artifact. As for the grade, Luriel had no intention of asking. From the first time he saw Ning Chi's Dragon Slayer saber, Luriel had some doubts. If Ning Chi had not given him the Heavenly Tiger Shield today, Luriel might not have been able to make up his mind to take out the bead that he had been studying for 10,000 years. In his opinion, rather than keeping it for fun, it was better to take it out and try it out. After all, Ning Chi was so generous, sensible, and filial. As his uncle master, he had to show some appreciation. If it really matched his disciple-nephew's saber, he would give it to Ning Chi as a return gift. Uncle Master, this item is indeed very important to me. Ning Chi cupped his hands with a solemn expression. There's no need to say more. To me, it's of no use at all. If you can use it, then your opportunity has come. All right, there have been a few batches of spirit herbs arriving here recently. I want to make a registration and see how those family shares are arranged. If you don't plan to stay and help me, then hurry up and leave. Don't disturb me. Luriel waved his hand. Uncle Master, farewell. Ning Chi cupped his hands, looked deeply at Luriel, and turned to leave. After Ning Chi left, Luriel suddenly raised his head and looked at the door in a daze. He suddenly had a hunch that after Ning Chi left this time, it would be a long time before they met again. Chapter 2040. Sea Dragon again Broken Moon Alliance. Alliance Master Qingyue. It settled then. When the time comes, our two alliances will join forces, and we will be invincible. A mid-stage human demon walked out of the Broken Moon Alliance with Zi Qingyue. They were followed by a large group of demonic cultivators. Alliance Master Zhao, don't worry. Zi Qingyue smiled. At this moment, there was a sudden noise outside. Zi Qingyue couldn't help but frown. In the next moment, everyone looked in the direction of the gate in shock. They saw a giant-like figure slowly walking over. Child Beixian, Christy, and Zi Qingxing exclaimed in surprise. The middle-stage human demon cultivator standing beside Zi Qingyue was overjoyed when he saw Ning Chi. He glanced at Zi Qingyue subconsciously and thought that the rumor was right. The relationship between the Broken Moon Alliance and the young master of Beixian was indeed unusual. It was worth it for him to lower his status to ally with Zi Qingyue. Ning Chi was followed by a large group of demonic cultivators. They kept a distance of 10 feet from Ning Chi. Their eyes were burning, but no one dared to talk to Ning Chi because of his terrifying aura. Miss Qingyue. Ning Chi walked in front of them and nodded to Christy and the others with a smile. At last, his eyes fell on Zi Qingyue. Child Beixian. Zi Qingyue was a little surprised. She didn't expect that Ning Chi would take the initiative to come to the Broken Moon Alliance. Can I have a word with you? Ning Chi smiled. Okay. Zi Qingyue nodded. Then, the two walked into the Broken Moon Alliance's station. The rest of the demonic cultivators stood still and stared at the two. Many of the demonic cultivators were sure that the relationship between Ning Chi and Zi Qingyue was not that simple. Otherwise, why would Ning Chi take the initiative to come to the Broken Moon Alliance? Miss Qingxing, the relationship between young Master Beixian and Miss Qingyue, the mid-stage human demon, looked at Zi Qingxing tentatively. Child Beixian, if there's anything, you can ask your men to inform me. I will go to the Demon King's mansion to see you. Why bother to come here? Seeing that there was no one around, the two stopped, and Zi Qingyue looked at Ning Chi curiously. I was just passing by. Ning Chi chuckled as he scanned the area with his divine will. He could tell that there were quite a few experts in the Moonbreak Alliance, including 7 or 8 early human devil experts. Compared to the alliance of mountains and seas, they were much, much stronger. There are 300,000 medial demonic crystals in this universe ring. It should not be easy to manage such a huge alliance, right? If there's any trouble in the future, you can go to the Devil King's manor to look for my martial uncle. Oh, you can also look for Lan Ra. You just have to mention my name. Ning Chi took out an interspatial ring and handed it to Zi Qingyue with a smile. 300,000 magical crystals. Zi Qingyue's face was filled with shock and disbelief. She thought that Ning Qi was joking, but when she scanned the ring with her divine sense, she saw that there was indeed a mid-grade demonic crystal in the ring. She couldn't help but look at Ning Qi in astonishment. She didn't know what Ning Qi meant by this. I might have to leave Yanshan City for a while. As for how long I will take to return, even I am not sure. Ning Qi smiled, then turned and left. Zi Qingyue subconsciously chased after him for a few steps, but suddenly stopped and silently watched Ning Qi's back disappear from her sight. I don't think I can reach out to such an existence, can I? Zi Qingyue muttered to herself as she touched the interspatial ring. Then she laughed self-mockingly. Zi Qingyue, Zi Qingyue, could it be that even you have fallen in love? Gu Yuanze, Fifth Snow Lord, and Duo Lu were arranged by Ning Qi to cultivate in his courtyard. Ning Qi left some demonic crystals for them before looking for Yuan Venerate Immortal Slayer and the others. He took them into his creation domain and left Yanshan City via the transportation array. The news of Ning Qi's departure from Yanshan City spread to all the great families very quickly. However, they thought that Ning Qi would only be leaving for a short period of time. Only Rulier sighed deeply when he heard about this from Lanru. Lanrua didn't understand and asked, "Sir, why are you sighing?" "I'm afraid that Marshal Nephew Beixian won't be back for a long time." Rulier smiled faintly, shook his head, and turned to leave. Lanrua fell into deep thought. When he received the news that Ning Qi had given 300,000 mid-grade demonic crystals to the Breaking Moon Alliance and taken away Yuan Venerate Immortal Slayer and the others in hidden Cultivator City, Lanrua's expression became even more solemn. Then he recalled that Ning Qi had imparted the complete Demon Ancestor Golden Body technique to him as soon as he returned to Yanshan City. This was completely different from the stingy way he had imparted a few sentences to him previously. There was definitely something fishy going on. Could what Sir Rulier said be true? Young Master Beixian will be leaving for a long time this time? Lanrua muttered to himself with a complicated expression. At the same time, Ning Qi had already boarded the Sea Dragon once again. Jen, she had said that she wouldn't be leaving the ancestral Demon Mountain range anytime soon. The ticket Ning Qi had bought this time was on the deck. Given his height, the Sea Dragon didn't have a cabin suitable for him, so he would rather enjoy the sea breeze on the deck. Many demons who had seen Ning Qi before couldn't recognize him. They could only feel that Ning Qi's body was filled with explosive power. Many demons nearby sized Ning Qi up with wary gazes, secretly guessing which tribe Ning Qi was from. "Brother, I can see that your aura is strong. You are at least a mid-stage human demon, right? Why are you sitting on the deck with these poor ghosts?" A young demon with a jade-like face walked up to Ning Qi with a smile and asked in a clear voice. He didn't lower his voice, nor did he transmit his voice. Therefore, the devils sitting nearby glared at him, but they didn't dare to say anything, because the aura of this young devil was much stronger than theirs. Moreover, the young devil was right about one thing. Although they weren't considered poor among the devils, compared to the other passengers on the Sea Dragon, they were indeed poor. "Because I'm also a poor ghost." Ning Qi glanced at him and grinned. "Ha ha ha!" There was a burst of laughter nearby. The young demon's face didn't look too good. There was a trace of anger in his eyes. He glared at Ning Qi, then shook his head and left. "You're abandoning yourself, abandoning yourself." Ning Qi smiled and shook his head, then focused his attention on the sea of ink. He felt that after the Sea Dragon set off, something seemed to have moved under the sea of ink. The demons on the deck seemed to feel that Ning Qi was easier to approach. A few days later, Ning Qi was surrounded by a group of demons, talking and laughing. Chapter 2041. The Third Prince of Hell, who are you? How dare you sneak attack me? The young devil let out a cold cry, and a streak of sword light flashed through the air. Immediately afterward, an infernal snake that had been sliced in half appeared before him. The nether snake wasn't completely dead yet. It was letting out chilling hissing sounds. When the demons on the deck saw this, they immediately revealed looks of horror. Nether serpent. It's the nether serpent. Why did it attack the sea dragon again? A demon pointed at the two halves of the nether serpent, a look of panic on his face. From his words, this person must have been on the sea dragon last time. Nether serpent? That young devil expert frowned. He lowered his head and glanced at it. After that, he stomped on it, completely crushing the snake to death. After that, he stared furiously at the incomparably dark Emohai. Why did the Ming snake sneak attack him? There were so many demons on the deck. Why did the nether serpent choose him? Could it be that the guy following the sea dragon is the nether serpent? Is it here for revenge? Ning Chi stood up slowly and walked to the center of the deck. It was said that there was a nether serpent at the Earth Devil stage, hidden under the sea of ink. If it came to avenge its descendants who died on the sea dragon, there would be a fierce battle. After a few dozen breaths of time, the ink sea was calm and tranquil. The originally panicked demons gradually calmed down and let out a sigh of relief. From the looks of it, it was a lost nether serpent that happened to pass by. However, it was unlucky enough to encounter a powerful demon and was killed on the spot. Whoosh! The sound of water breaking reverberated in the ink sea. A huge black serpent thicker than sea dragon stretched half of its body out of the ink sea. There were two fin-like things on both sides of its mouth, a pair of sharp horns on its head, and a pair of bone-chilling eyes coldly watching the demons on the deck of sea dragon with a trace of human-like scrutiny. Hiss! When the devils on the deck saw the giant nether serpent, their bodies stiffened, and they sucked in a breath of cold air. Gradually, fear appeared on their faces, because the nether serpent emitted the aura of a peak human devil. No, it was much stronger than a peak human devil, but it had not reached the level of an earth devil. What made the demons even more frightened was that all kinds of demons gradually appeared around the sea dragon. These demons were huge and ferocious, and their aura had reached the late stage human demon. They surrounded the entire sea dragon. Third Ming Prince, why are you targeting the sea dragon? Sea dragon sage suddenly appeared above the deck and coldly stared at the nether serpent. The demons on the deck and the geniuses in the cabin all heaved a sigh of relief when they saw sea dragon sage appear. No matter what, at least with sea dragon sage here, their casualties today shouldn't be too serious. Esteemed sea dragon, why are you helping this group of demons sneak across my ink sea? Why did you kill thousands of my nether serpent clan? It's not that I'm chasing after your sea dragon. It's that you've gone too far. The giant nether serpent spoke in demon language. Its tone was so authentic that many demons on the scene felt ashamed. I've always minded my own business with your nether snake clan, but your descendants suddenly appeared last time and killed many of the guests on my ship. Not only did you not give me an explanation for this, but you're also blaming me for killing your clansmen who haven't even developed intelligence. Anger flashed in Sea Dragon's eyes. Ha ha ha! The third Ming Prince threw his head back and laughed. His laughter was deafening. When he was done, he looked at Sea Dragon mockingly. The entire Black Sea is the territory of my Nether Serpent clan. If you dare to cross the sea, you can only live if my Nether Serpent clan wants you to live. If I want you to die, you must die. Don't you know that? The third Ming Prince is right. From today onwards, you can no longer cross the Black Sea. If you want to cross the Black Sea, you can sacrifice 100,000 demons every year. Sacrifice to the sea. Sacrifice to the sea. The demonic creatures nearby echoed the third Ming Prince. The demons on the Sea Dragon had already guessed what the Nether Serpent clan wanted to do. Many of them couldn't help but tremble. If this situation continued, there would be a fierce battle today. Did you hear that, Sea Dragon? I can see that there are at least 100,000 demons on your ship. Throw them into the Black Sea, and I'll let you leave safely." The third Ming prince laughed. "Or else," Master Hai Long said coldly, "or else you'll destroy the ship and die." The third Ming prince sneered. His appearance was cold enough, and now he was sneering. Many demons on the scene felt as if they had fallen into an ice house, shivering. Master Sea Dragon glanced at the third prince with a hint of fear, and hesitation gradually rose in his heart. If it was another prince of the Nether Snake clan that came today, he would have already beaten him up. At worst, he would no longer earn demon crystals in the Ink Sea. With his cultivation, it would be very easy for him to make a living no matter where he went. However, Sea Dragon was well aware of the third Ming prince's strength. It was rumored that he was the most talented among the many sons of the Nether Serpent King. When he was still a late-stage demonic human, he had disguised himself as an ordinary demon and participated in the Heaven's chosen battle of the demon race. He had almost won the title of Heaven's Chosen. In that generation, the Lucifer tribe, the Chiyu tribe, and the other 4 major cities had basically been beaten into despair by him. If it weren't for that person from the Xingtian tribe stepping in and suppressing him with a slight advantage, it was likely that the 3 major tribes and the 4 major cities would have lost all face. Master Sea Dragon felt that he only had a 30% chance of winning against such an existence. Not to mention that there were so many late-stage, demonic humans eyeing him covetously from the side. His chances of winning would be reduced by half. With a 5% chance of winning, he had no chance of winning at all. 100,000 is too much. I'll give you 50,000. If you don't want it, we'll fight." Sea Dragon said after a moment of silence. "What?" Master Hai Long actually agreed. "That's fine too." When the demon clan on the Sea Dragon heard Master Hai Long's words, other than a few Heaven's chosen level existences, the rest of the demon clan were terrified because they were likely to become one of the 50,000 people. "Ha ha ha, 50,000? All right, I'll give you face. But remember, if you don't give me 100,000 next time, don't ever fly over my Black Sea again. My temper isn't that good." The third Ming prince said with a smile, "Sea Dragon, since we bought the tickets, you have to protect us. How can you give him 50,000 just like that?" Chapter 2042. So he was give him 50,000, and at least the rest can live. Sea Dragon Sage said faintly. Then, without saying anything more, he waved his hand. Devil Chi whistled like a gale, rolling up many devils on the deck and throwing them into the Ink Sea. Unfortunately, Ning Chi happened to be among them, but his feet seemed to have taken root on the deck. He stood motionless in the whistling gale, while the rest of the devils let out miserable cries and fell into the Ink Sea. Third Prince Ming sneered. He didn't do anything, but the rest of the demonic creatures were ecstatic. They swallowed the demons that fell into the Ink Sea. The Black Sea was dyed red with blood. Along with the crunching sounds of chewing, countless demons died in the mouths of these demonic creatures. The young demon who had accused Master Sea Dragon only managed to hold on for a while before he was also carried away by the wind. However, when he flew past Ning Chi casually pulled him back, preventing him from falling into the sea of ink. Seeing this, the young demon revealed a trace of surprise. Then he looked at Ning Chi gratefully, feeling some lingering fear. The demons on the other side of the cabin stood silently with a trace of pity in their eyes. The demons that were abandoned by Master Hai Long this time were of humble origin. They had low cultivation and no strong background. Even if they died in the Ink Sea, it wouldn't cause any loss to Master Hai Long. The Sea Dragon ship, which was originally filled to the brim, seemed a little empty after losing 50,000 people. Master Sea Dragon glanced at Ning Chi indifferently before turning to the third prince and said coldly, "I've given you 50,000 people. Can I go now?" "No, there's still one person missing." The third Prince Ming let out a strange laugh. One person missing? Master Hailong frowned. He had already calculated that 50,000 people was not one more or one less. However, he didn't want to let the third prince Ming find fault with him just for one demon. He casually grabbed a demon who was clinging to the edge of the ship and hadn't been sent into the ink sea. The demon trembled in fear, his face full of despair. At this time, the third prince Ming's voice sounded again. I don't want that guy. I want this person. This person. Master Hailong was slightly taken aback. He followed the third prince's gaze and looked at the young demon who was rebuking him. A strange look appeared in his eyes. Could this demon be hiding some kind of treasure? The prodigies of the demon race were also confused. Why would the third Ming prince want that guy? Does he smell good? Delicious? I have no enmity with you. What do you want me to do? The young devil glared at the third prince. The death of 50,000 devils in front of him made him tremble with fear and made him realize the cruelty of the underworld. Before, these devils were ants in his eyes, and he didn't even want to sit together with them. But seeing them die in the mouths of these devils, he felt a trace of sorrow in his heart. He felt pity for these devils and anger at his own helplessness. What do I want you to do? I want him. The third Ming prince looked at Ning Chi with a hint of greed in his eyes. The smell of Ning Chi had greatly increased his appetite. It was rare to see someone who could make him feel this way. Usually, once he felt this way, he would be able to increase his strength by a lot after eating him. The young devil was stunned for a moment and subconsciously looked at Ning Chi. Master Hailong and the rest of the demons on the sea dragon all looked at Ning Chi. Many of them took a closer look and revealed a trace of suspicion in their eyes. Ning Chi's appearance was very familiar to them, as if they had just met not long ago. However, they really had no impression of who he was. However, your words are very rude, so I want both of you. The third Ming prince changed the topic. The young devil's expression turned extremely livid when he heard this. Master Hailong, what are you waiting for? You don't want to hand these two over to me? The third Ming prince looked at Master Hailong. Before Master Hailong could speak, Ning Chi smiled and looked at the third Ming prince. Little black snake, are you going to eat me? Little black snake. The demons had a strange expression on their faces when they heard how Ning Chi addressed the third Ming prince. Even a perfected human demon, like Master Hailong, had to address him respectfully as the third Ming prince. What did you say? The third Ming prince looked at Ning Chi coldly. Little black snake? Did you call me wrong? You're black all over. If you're not a little black snake, then a little white snake? Ning Chi smiled. His eyes swept over the demons nearby, and after seeing their sin value, he immediately had an idea. Damn it, do you know who you're talking to? The third Ming prince was enraged. Suddenly, a monstrous wave rose in the ink sea, causing the sea dragon to sway. The demons on it hurriedly lowered their center of gravity to avoid being swept into the ink sea. A fierce light flashed in Master Hailong's eyes. Just as he was about to suppress Ning Chi to prevent him from angering the third Ming prince again, Ning Chi had already disappeared from the deck. Master Hailong's eyes moved slightly, and he fiercely looked at the third Ming prince. Little black snake, eat my fist. Pum! Ning Chi appeared in front of the third Ming prince. Opening all 6 of the 9 inner hidden gates, he punched the third Ming prince's face with terrifying power. Uft! Blood spurted out of the third Ming prince's mouth. His head was knocked back by Ning Chi's punch, and his body that was hidden in the ink sea was also dragged out of the ink sea. Then, with a loud bang, he fell back into the ink sea, bringing up a monstrous wave. The sea gradually calmed down. Ning Chi was still standing in the void, while the demonic creatures nearby stared at Ning Chi, dumbfounded. The demons on the sea dragon were also dumbfounded. How could the third Ming prince, whom even Master Hailong was wary of, be beaten back into the ink sea by a single punch from this demon? This kid! Master Hailong's eyes gradually turned solemn. At this moment, he could conclude that this 5-meter-tall demon was also a perfected demonic human, and not an ordinary perfected demonic human. He's Beixian's, heaven's favorite. What? The Beixian who ranked first in the demonic race's heaven's favorite battle? Yes, he's the Prince Beixian who won first place in the demonic race's heaven's favorite battle. I remember now. Although his body has changed a little, his face hasn't changed much. Hiss! The demons on the sea dragon were both surprised and happy. They were surprised that Ning Qi, who hadn't appeared for more than 20 years, could actually contend with a perfected demonic human. They were happy that Ning Qi was here today, and their safety was guaranteed. Compared to Master Hailong, who had compromised before, they seemed to have more confidence in Ning Qi. After all, no matter what, Ning Qi was the idol of most of the geniuses present. So he is. Chapter 2043. Convinced. It's him! Master Sea Dragon looked at Ning Qi in astonishment. He didn't expect the champion of this year's heaven's chosen battle to be so terrifying. Even the third Ming Prince was sent flying with a single punch. There was one thing he didn't understand. According to the rumors, the champion of this year's heaven's chosen battle was no match for Yen Emperor Xingtian. He only managed to kill the Yen Emperor Xingtian and gained a lot of points. But Ning Qi's combat strength didn't match the rumors at all. At this time, the demonic creatures around the Ink Sea reacted and wanted to join forces to overturn the sea dragon. Ning Qi didn't give them the chance. With a flash of his blade, the demonic creatures at the advanced stage of the demonic human realm were all cut into pieces. Fresh blood flowed into the Ink Sea and mixed with the Black Sea water. The sharpness of the Dragon Slayer's saber has indeed increased a lot. Ning Qi was quite satisfied. With the addition of this demonic dragon pearl, the blade of the Dragon Slayer saber would be covered with a layer of demonic qi when he used it. This strand of demonic qi was different from ordinary demonic qi. Ning Qi had tested it with his finger, and it easily cut through his skin. If someone used it to slash at Ning Qi, he reckoned that even with the strength of his body, he would still be cut in half. Boom! The waves parted in a split second. The third Ming Prince poked his head out with a wound on his face. When he found that all his subordinates were dead, he looked at Ning Qi with a trace of rage in his eyes. "What are you looking at?" Ning Qi glanced at the third prince, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. The sin value of this group of demonic creatures was unusually high. After killing all of them, Ning Qi obtained more than 200,000 dragon-slaying crystals, which was just enough for him to exchange for something from the dragon-slaying mall. "I'll tear you apart," the third Ming Prince roared. The next moment, a huge whirlpool appeared under the sea dragon. The whirlpool expanded at a speed visible to the naked eye. Soon, everywhere the demons could see was a huge whirlpool. The sea dragon was pulled towards the center of the whirlpool. "Master!" Sea Dragon shouted, and the sea dragon soared into the sky. In an instant, it was hundreds of meters away. Then, everyone looked at Ning Qi, who was in the center of the whirlpool. He was already fighting with the furious third Ming Prince. Bang! "Little black snake, how does this punch feel?" Bang! "Is it powerful enough?" Bang! "Little black snake, don't force yourself. If you want to faint, just faint." Bang, bang, bang. The crowd was dumbfounded as they watched Ning Qi land one punch after another on the third Ming Prince's body with his agile movements. Most of the third Ming Prince's attacks missed. Occasionally, his punches landed on Ning Qi's body, but they did not seem to cause any damage. Prince Beixian's strength is terrifying. The rumors are indeed false. The demons of the Xingtian tribe even said that young Master Beixian didn't live up to his reputation and that he only got first place because he exploited a loophole in the rules. Now it seems that it's all bullshit. No matter how strong the Xingtian Emperor is, can he be stronger than the third prince? If I remember correctly, The third prince of the Ming clan was a heaven's chosen of Brother Xing Yan's generation. That's right, just like that. Beat that damned third Prince Ming. I can't believe he swallowed tens of thousands of devils. It would be best if he was beaten to death. The demons on the sea dragon were so excited that they couldn't help cheering for Ning Qi. As for Master Hailong, he stood in the void and stared at Ning Qi's figure, as if he was trying to determine the limit of Ning Qi's strength. Ning Qi didn't use the Dragon Slayer saber. He only relied on his fists to make the third Ming prince wobble. The third Ming prince almost fainted under the combined effects of his injuries and humiliation. He couldn't figure out why his opponent's strength was greater than his. Damn it, damn it. The third Ming prince was furious. He raised his neck and let out a roar. At this moment, he saw a halo flying towards his head from the corner of his eyes. Just as he raised his neck, the halo wrapped around his head. In the eyes of the demons, it looked as if the third Ming prince had stretched out his neck to catch it. What's that? A trace of panic flashed across the third Ming prince's eyes. Just as he was about to find out what was going on, the golden halo wrapped around his head tightly. At this moment, Ning Qi stopped all his movements. He put his palms together and murmured something in a low voice. Then, the third Ming prince felt a sharp pain in his head. The pain seemed to penetrate deep into his soul and marrow. The third Ming prince held miserably and rolled around in the ink sea. The strange phenomenon in the ink sea gradually disappeared. Apart from the waves caused by the third Ming prince rolling around, the rest of the sea had returned to normal. What's going on? Master Sea Dragon's eyes were filled with shock and doubt. From what he saw, he could tell that the halo that Ning Qi had just thrown out might be some kind of demonic weapon. The third Prince Ming was screaming because of that demonic weapon. However, what kind of demonic weapon could make a full-circle human demon unable to bear it? Could it be an upper-grade demonic weapon? Thinking of this, Master Hailong's expression became even more solemn. There was a hint of fear in his eyes as he looked at Ning Qi. Stop chanting, stop chanting. With a loud bang, the third prince bounced out of the sea of ink in pain. When the demons saw his complete body, they all gasped. It was too big. The sea dragon, which could carry more than 100,000 people, was several times smaller than the third prince's body. Transform into your demonic body, Ning Qi said calmly. After he stopped chanting, the third Ming prince immediately turned into a black ray and flew away. Ning Qi's lips curled slightly as he murmured a few words. Not long after, the third Ming prince turned around and flew back to Ning Qi. His body was transforming at a speed visible to the naked eye. He had turned into a pale-faced young demon that looked to be around 18 or 19 years old. If the crowd had not witnessed this scene with their own eyes, they would never have guessed that he was the incarnation of the nether snake. Stop chanting, it hurts so much. The third Ming prince held his head with both hands and knelt down in front of Ning Qi. This lower-grade immortal weapon that I exchanged for 200,000 dragon-slaying crystals, pseudoband, is really useful. The corners of Ning Qi's lips curled slightly as he looked down at the third Ming prince. Are you convinced? I'm convinced. I just hope that you don't recite it anymore. The third Ming prince heaved a sigh of relief as the pain disappeared. He looked at Ning Qi with a pale face. However, there was still a hint of hatred deep in his eyes. It seems like you're not convinced. Ning Qi smiled and continued chanting. Chapter 2044. Mount. Ning Qi kept chanting, pausing once in a while before continuing. After more than 2 hours, when the third prince's eyes were about to lose focus, Ning Qi finally stopped. At this moment, the resentment in the third prince's eyes had disappeared without a trace. Good stuff. Ning Qi couldn't help but sigh. It was a pity that the band-tightening curse could only work on non-human beings. All the demons on the sea dragon were silent. They just stared blankly at Ning Qi. Master Sea Dragon's eyes were filled with a trace of fear. Even the third Ming prince was subdued by Ning Qi. If he was in Ning Qi's shoes, he would probably end up the same way. Are you really convinced now? Ning Qi looked at the third prince with a smile. Yes, I am, the third prince murmured. I want to go to the ancestral demon mountain range. Ning Qi smiled. The third Ming prince looked at Ning Qi innocently, not understanding what Ning Qi meant. Why don't you show your true form? Do you want me to go there myself? Ning Qi said calmly. You want me to be your mount. The third prince looked at Ning Qi in disbelief. Didn't he know that his father was an earth demon, the lord of Ink Sea, the Dark Snake King? Ning Qi smiled and moved his lips slightly. The third Ming prince subconsciously let out a miserable howl, but he didn't feel the pain he had imagined. He gritted his teeth and transformed back into his huge body. Ning Qi stood on his head with a smile and pointed in the direction of the ancestral demon mountain range, saying, "Let's go." Yes. Third Prince Ming rushed towards the ancestral demon mountain range with a look of despair. His speed was much faster than sea dragons. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared from the sight of the demons. Hiss! The Ink Sea was calm, but the hearts of the demons on the sea dragon were in turmoil. After the two of them left, they finally sucked in a breath of cold air and excitedly discussed what had just happened. The third prince was subdued by Prince Beixian and became his mount. I'm afraid no one would believe this if I were to tell others, right? If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe it either. Haha, you guys don't know, but I had a few words with Child Beixian a few days ago. Really? The surrounding demons looked envious, and the demon who had spoken a few words with Ning Qi suddenly showed a proud expression. Soon, after everyone calmed down, they reacted and looked at Master Hailong with a strange look in their eyes. Master Sea Dragon ignored their gazes and looked in the direction where Ning Qi and the third Ming Prince had left. After pondering for a long time, he drove the Sea Dragon to continue forward. Ancestral Demon Mountain Range. The third prince lowered his head and followed behind Ning Qi dejectedly. He had tried to resist 8 times along the way, but he regretted it every time. He didn't want to endure that inhumane pain anymore. Once in the dead of night, the third prince had secretly tried to remove the golden circlet from his head. However, he found that as soon as the thought arose in his mind, his head would explode in pain even without Ning Qi's chanting. At this point, the third prince believed that unless his father came to rescue him, he would have less than a 50% chance of escaping from Ning Qi. However, his father had been in seclusion for hundreds of years and would only wake up after a few thousand years. I just need to wait for 3,000 years for my father to come and save me. Then it will be your death. The third prince stared coldly at Ning Qi's back. Ning Qi suddenly turned his head and saw that the expression of the third Ming prince had changed greatly. The coldness on his face had disappeared and was replaced by a bright smile with a hint of flattery. Ning Qi nodded and then turned his head with a slight smile. He knew what the third prince was up to, but he just let him be. With his cultivation, it would be extremely difficult for him to get rid of the golden hoop before he reached the Earth Devil stage. Half a month later, the two arrived at the depths of the ancestral Demon Mountain Range. The huge city built for the heavens, favored battle of the demon race, seemed a little deserted. Only a few demons chose to stay here to cultivate. Most of them chose to leave after the heavens, favored battle ended. After all, the ancestral Demon Mountain Range was too dangerous. They would be easily killed by those demonic creatures if they stayed. However, for some of the heavens favored battle, the ancestral Demon Mountain Range had become a sacred place for cultivation. The existence of the huge city allowed them to have no worries. Once the resources for cultivation were exhausted, they would form groups and enter the depths of the ancestral Demon Mountain Range. Ning Qi's figure attracted the attention of many demons, but more of them were attracted by the third prince. This was because he was emitting a faint aura of the full circle of the human demon realm. Even in the 3 great tribes and the 4 great cities, such an expert would be highly respected. On the contrary, Ning Qi was regarded as the follower of the third prince because of his height. Soon, the two arrived at the Saintess Hall. The guard of the Saintess Hall looked at the third prince coldly and shouted, "No one is allowed to come near the Saintess Hall. Otherwise you will be killed." The third prince looked at Ning Qi innocently. At the same time, he was curious about the relationship between Ning Qi and the Saintess Hall of the Lucifer tribe. As for Ning Qi's real identity, the third prince still did not know. "I am Bei Xian from the Devil King residence of Yanshan City. I would like to see the Saintess," Ning Qi said calmly. The guard was stunned for a moment before he stared at Ning Qi in disbelief. Ning Qi's appearance had changed a lot compared to before. He couldn't recognize Ning Qi for a moment and couldn't confirm Ning Qi's identity. However, he didn't dare to slight Ning Qi and quickly said, "Sire, please wait here for a moment. I will immediately send the message." "You are the champion of the heavens' favored battle of the demon race?" The third prince looked at Ning Qi with a complicated expression. "Didn't you know before?" Ning Qi smiled. "How would I know? I don't care if you are the champion or the champion. Why should I know about you?" The third prince cursed in his heart, but he still put on a respectful smile and said, "I didn't guess your identity before. I didn't expect you to be the number 1 heaven's pride. If I had known, I wouldn't have attacked the sea dragon." "It's not too late to know now." Ning Qi smiled and patted the third prince's head. He was tall enough that patting the third prince was as easy as patting a child. Chapter 2045. A challenge before Ning Qi even saw Jian Shilai. He saw North Moon Lingqiu first. She was currently standing at the entrance of a hall, gazing upwards with a hint of anticipation on her face. "Lady Lingqiu, who are you waiting for?" Ning Qi smiled. "You are." North Moon Lingqiu looked at Ning Qi coldly. In the next moment, a hint of surprise appeared on her face as she looked at Ning Qi in disbelief. "Young Master Bei Xian, you've grown a bit over the past few years. Don't you recognize me?" Ning Qi smiled and said, "How can that be? It's just North Moon Lingqiu's face flushed bright red in an instant. At the same time, she felt rather vexed. Why did she not recognize Ning Qi right away? "All right, stop teasing her. Lingqiu, go get some tea." Jian Shilai's voice rang out from within the hall. Only then did North Moon Lingqiu let out a sigh of relief. She glanced at Ning Qi shyly before leaving in a hurry. "She likes you." The corner of the third prince's lips could not help but curl up slightly. He only withdrew his gaze from North Moon Lingqiu after a long while. "You want me to chant an incantation?" Ning Qi smiled. The third prince's expression immediately became stern. "The Holy Lady is calling for you. Wait here." Ning Qi nodded and strode into the hall. The third prince snorted coldly inside. He crossed his arms and stood at the entrance of the hall. The 2 guards at the entrance could not help but look at him. "What are you looking at?" A sliver of the aura of a great perfection human demon radiated from the third prince. The 2 guards snorted inwardly and turned their heads away. If it were not for the fact that Ning Qi had brought him here, they would not be afraid of a mere great perfection human demon at all. Causing trouble in the Holy Lady's hall would not end well. "How did you end up like this?" Jian Shilai stood before Ning Qi and raised his head to look at him. His expression was rather strange. She could tell that Ning Qi's current cultivation was extremely dense. An explosive power was hidden beneath his body. Perhaps this power was the reason why Ning Qi's body had grown to 3 meters tall. "I've absorbed too much demon qi. I should be able to recover after a while." Ning Qi grinned. Jian Shilai suddenly threw a palm towards Ning Qi. Ning Qi's eyes slightly moved, and he instantly opened all 6 gates. A fist that was many times bigger than a pot appeared in front of him, and when Jian Shilai's palm landed on it, it exploded out with an incomparably powerful force, causing Ning Qi to involuntarily take a few steps back. Even a consummate human demon might not be able to unleash this attack of mine. The fact that you're able to receive this attack means that there's probably no one below the Earth Demon realm who can threaten you. Jian Shilai nodded her head in satisfaction. A look of gratification appeared in her eyes, but in reality, she was also a little shocked in her heart. The reason she was able to suppress Ning Qi was because she had been in the immortal prison for many years, and with Lucifer's help, she had become an existence of the Earth Devil stage. But according to what she knew, Ning Qi had not been in the immortal prison for long, and had not even broken through to the human devil stage yet. Aunt Jian, you flatter me. Ning Qi smiled. At this moment, North Moon Lengqiu walked in with tea. She put down the tea and glanced at Ning Qi, then hurried out of the hall with her head lowered. Jian Shilai took a sip of tea and looked at Ning Qi with a smile that was not a smile. Lingqiu's mind has always been on you. You haven't come here to visit Aunt Jian all these years, but she often talks about you in front of me. Aunt Jian, I've been in secluded cultivation all these years. Ning Qi smiled and looked at North Moon Lingqiu's back, then shook his head indifferently. Aunt Jian, I've come today to ask you if you're returning to the Central Continent. Returning to the Central Continent? You found your way back. Jian Shilai was slightly surprised. Then her face became wild with joy. Yes. Ning Qi smiled. He did not need to hide anything from Jian Shilai, so he told her how he could return. Jian Shilai sighed. There's actually a sect building like this. You've always been in contact with the sect, so you can return at any time? I need to pay a small price. Ning Qi smiled. It would take some time to gather 3 million dragon-slain crystals. Since I can return at any time, I won't be going back for now. When you find a passage to the immortal continent in the future, remember to tell me. Jian Shilai smiled faintly. Ning Qi nodded. He could tell that Jian Shilai actually wanted to return to the Central Continent, but her cultivation seemed to have reached a bottleneck. With her identity as the Saintess, it would not take long for her to break through this bottleneck. Staying in the Lucifer tribe was a better choice. The environment of the Central Continent was not suitable for those above the human demon stage to cultivate. Perhaps she cultivated so desperately because she wanted to go to the immortal continent with Ning Qi one day and find Feng Jiuxian. However, she did not know that Feng Jiuxian had already been reduced to ashes as an elder. Jian Shilai told Ning Qi some things and suggested that he go to the Lucifer tribe. There was a demonic item in the Elder Pavilion that could condense demonic qi into demonic orbs. If Ning Qi returned to the Central Continent, he would not be able to absorb demonic qi to refine his body. It would be more appropriate to bring some demonic orbs with him when he left. After leaving the hall, Ning Qi glanced at the third Prince Ming, who immediately followed him. After leaving the Saintess Temple, Ning Qi stopped and looked at the Saintess Temple with an apologetic look in his eyes. Yo, isn't this our #1 genius? Not far away there was a sneer. When the demons nearby heard this, they all looked at Ning Qi with a hint of surprise in their eyes. However, Qiyu Hanzhong would never recognize the wrong person. Since he said so, this person must be the #1 genius. Qiyu Hanzhong looked at Ning Qi with a faint smile. A fierce look flashed in the depths of his eyes. He was followed by a large group of demon geniuses from the Qiyu tribe. Qiyu Blood Prince, whom Ning Qi had met once before, was also among them. Someone seeking revenge is here. The third Prince Ming's eyes lit up. Ning Qi turned around, and his eyes fell on Qiyu Hanzhong. He smiled. Qiyu Hanzhong, I haven't seen you for more than 20 years. Why are you still as silly as before? Silly and silly, Qiyu and the other heavens chosen glanced at each other, then looked at Ning Qi with a slightly strange expression. This fellow was really audacious. He actually dared to use this word to describe Chiyu Hanzhong. Was he not afraid that Chiyu Hanzhong would explode and kill him on the street? Even if he had the backing of the Saintess Temple, he would not be able to save him, right? As expected of the number one genius. The demons nearby looked at Ning Qi with admiration. You. On the day of the Demon Genius Tournament, I could not kill you because of the rules. Today, do you dare to fight me fair and square? Life or death? Chiyu Hanzhong said angrily. Chapter 2046. Let's bet on the elemental beads. What are we betting on? Chiyu Hanzhong was slightly startled. He thought that Ning Qi would reject his request. After all, Ning Qi had only relied on a loophole in the rules to obtain more points than him and the heaven-punishing Flame Emperor. Therefore, Ning Qi's strength was only slightly stronger than the average late-stage demonic human. But he had no chance of winning against Chiyu Hanzhong. Could it be that this kid is just using this excuse to get out of this embarrassing situation? Chiyu Hanzhong thought that he had seen through Ning Qi's thoughts. His lips curled up into a sinister smile, and he said, All right, what do you want to bet? Just tell me. Let's bet on the demonic elemental orbs then. Ning Qi said with a smile. Demonic origin bead? When the nearby demons heard this, their complexion changed slightly. According to legend, there was a demonic artifact in the Elder Pavilion of the Lucifer tribe. It could absorb a large amount of demonic energy every day and night and condense it into demonic elemental bead. When cultivating, holding a demonic elemental bead in one's mouth was equivalent to going to some kind of cultivation, holy land with incomparably vigorous demonic energy. Moreover, it was more convenient than cultivating holy land, as the demonic elemental bead could be carried around. The demonic elemental bead was divided into 3 grades, namely heaven, earth, and human. The human-grade demonic elemental bead took 3 to 5 years to form, while the earth-grade demonic elemental bead took 30 to 50 years to form. The heaven-grade demonic elemental bead was the most precious, and it took 300 to 500 years to form. The Lucifer tribe's demonic elemental bead. Other than 70% of the demonic elemental bead provided to their own demonic clan's disciples. The remaining 30% would be sold. Ordinary demonic clan didn't even have the qualification to buy it. Only the Heaven's Pride, like Qi, you could buy a few as backup, and the price was not cheap. You want to bet on the devil elemental orb? Ha ha ha, just right, look what this is. Chiyu Hanzhong flipped his palm over, and 5 black beads appeared in his hand. Each of them was about the size of a quail egg, and as soon as they appeared, the density of the demonic qi in the surroundings increased several-fold. Many of the demons could not help but close their eyes and take a deep breath, and a hint of envy appeared in their eyes. These 5 earth-grade devil elemental orbs should be enough to bet with you, right? Chiyu Hanzhong sneered. Earth-rank devil essence bead? Ning Qi's eyes swept over them. These 5 devil elemental orbs added together were not even 1/10 of the one Feng Jiuxian had condensed for him. That's not enough. With our status, we're betting on heaven-grade demonic essence beads. Don't take out earth-grade demonic essence beads to embarrass yourself. If you don't have any, then don't fight. A good dog doesn't block the way. I'm leaving. Ning Qi shook his head lightly. Not enough? Not even earth-grade devil elemental beads? This one would cost at least 50,000 mid-grade magical crystals, right? A trace of surprise appeared on the faces of the nearby devils. 80 to 90% of the devils had already guessed that Ning Qi was trying to find a way out of this embarrassing situation. He simply didn't dare to fight with Chiyu Hanzhong, but he didn't want others to see through him. That was why he mentioned the devil elemental bead. As expected, he's looking for a way out. A trace of anger flashed in Chiyu Hanzhong's eyes, but he had no intention of stepping aside. Instead of getting angry, he laughed and said, Heaven-grade demonic essence bead? Ha ha ha, I have it too, but do you? You have a heaven-grade demonic essence orb? All right, let's bet 100. How about it? Ningqi estimated that 100 heaven-grade demonic essence beads should be enough for him to cultivate for a period of time. If he bet too much and Qiyu Hanzhong backed down, then his plan would be in vain. In fact, he was a little hesitant when he said 100. After thinking about it, he felt that it was safer to bet 50. 100? Qiyu Hanzhong was slightly startled. The devil prodigies behind him immediately looked at Ningqi angrily. If you don't dare to fight, then don't fight. Why are you still looking for excuses? TSK the number 1 prodigy? Uft. It's really not as good as his reputation. Even the devils who saw Ningqi for the first time were looking at him with dissatisfaction. Between the devil races, it was all about a fight. Beating around the bush would only make people look down on them. Ningqi had a faint smile on his face. He didn't care about the mockery of the crowd. He just looked at Qiyu Hanzhong with a faint smile. Fight or not? If not, then I'm leaving. Ningqi smiled. Fight. 100 beads it is. But I don't think you can take out this wager. Why don't you give me 100 heaven-grade demonic essence orbs first? Qiyu Hanzhong sneered. With the Saint Lady Temple as my guarantor, not to mention 100, I can even take out 300. I was afraid that you wouldn't have enough. So I bet 100 with you. I didn't expect you to measure the heart of a gentleman with your own mean measure. What a joke. If you want to bet, then bet. If not, then scram. Just say the word. Ningqi said lightly. Ayaya, I'm so angry. Qiyu Hanzhong was furious, and his body couldn't help but tremble. But in order not to embarrass himself in front of everyone, he suppressed the anger in his heart and gradually calmed down. He then stared at Ningqi and said, This is what you said. 300 heaven-grade demonic essence orbs. I'll bet with you. Big Brother Hanzhong. 300 heaven-grade demonic essence orbs. Even if our Qiyu tribes searched the entire place, we wouldn't be able to find so many. Please reconsider. Qiyu Hanzhong hurriedly transmitted his voice. I have my ways. Qiyu Hanzhong snorted coldly, then looked at Ningqi and asked, Do you want to bet? 300? Ningqi's face showed a trace of panic. Seeing this, Qiyu Hanzhong's anger suddenly disappeared. He looked at Ningqi mockingly and said, What, you don't dare to bet? I'll bet. Ningqi gritted his teeth and said, Good. 2 months from now, we will fight in the same arena as last time. We will fight to the death, and I will have Elder Qiyu Tiansha come to preside over it. If you want to have the Holy Maiden come to watch you die, that's fine too. Qiyu Hanzhong sneered, then turned around and left with a large group of people. It seems that the number 1 genius won't be able to escape this calamity. I've seen Qiyu Hanzhong's skills before. Even if a few late-stage human demons attacked him at the same time, he could still deal with them easily. Although this northern black demon tribe is very strong, being able to kill a genius like God Huang Huang before reaching the human demon realm, there's still a gap between him and Qiyu Hanzhong. TSK, I'm really looking forward to it. I must go and watch this battle in 2 months. The news of Qiyu Hanzhong and Ningqi's battle quickly spread throughout the giant city. Even the outside world had heard about it. Many demons rushed towards the ancestral Demon Mountain Range when they received the news. During this period of time, Qiyu Hanzhong had visited several of his good friends. Almost all of them he knew. These friends were very generous towards him, wanting to borrow the devil elemental beads, because they believed that Qiyu Hanzhong would definitely win. Finally, he even found Flame Emperor Xingtian, who was in seclusion. Oh, you want to fight with him? 300 heaven-grade demonic essence orbs? Flame Emperor Xingtian frowned and looked at Qiyu Hanzhong. That's right. How many do you have? Lend them to me first. I'll return you double after I kill him. Chapter 2047. Chapter 2047. Chapter 2047, A1000. I don't have many, but I can help you borrow some from the elders. It's just that 300 is too little. If you want to bet, let's bet 800. Sky Xingyan Emperor said, 800 heaven-grade demonic origin beads. Qi Yu Hanzhong sucked in a breath of cold air. Let alone him. Even an old ancestor of the Earth Devil stage wouldn't be able to gather so many devil elemental beads, even if he emptied his entire fortune. But since Sky Xingyan Emperor said so, he should be able to get the remaining beads. After all, he was the 9th son of Xingtian tribe's chief. His status was different from Qi Hanzhong's. If he asked for the beads, the elders of Xingtian tribe should be generous enough to give them to him. But with so many beads, it would take at least 30 to 50% of Xingtian tribe's inventory. In addition to the 230 heaven-grade devil elemental beads I have, I don't mind if you can gather 800 of them. I'm just afraid that that guy will use this as an excuse to step down. If he doesn't even fight me, it won't be easy for me to find an excuse to kill him next time. Qi Yu Hanzhong frowned. How can the number 1 prodigy go back on his words? Isn't he afraid of being laughed at by the world? Sky Xingyan Emperor sneered. His words were full of disdain for Ning Qi's title. If he knew Ning Qi's real situation from the start, he wouldn't have let him take away the glory that should have belonged to him. This time, Qi Yu Hanzhong wanted to fight Ning Qi, and it was a good chance for him to vent his anger. How could Sky Xingyan Emperor not add oil to the fire? It's hard to say. Qi Yu Hanzhong was still hesitant. He felt that 300 beads was enough. After all, his real goal was to kill Ning Qi. Go and try. There's still some time. If it doesn't work, we'll talk about it. Sky Xingyan Emperor said. Qi Yu Hanzhong thought for a while, then nodded and left. Qi Yu Hanzhong said he wants to bet 800 beads with you. Jen Shilai looked at Ning Qi with a strange expression. The smile on Ning Qi's face was very familiar to her. As long as she saw the smile, it meant that Ning Qi had started to set up a trap. Aunt Jen, I'm afraid I'll have to trouble you this time. If I hastily agree to it, those old and cunning fellows will definitely become cowards, and this competition may not happen. Just say that I don't agree to it. Unless they bet 1,000 heaven-grade devil origin beads, I won't fight this competition. Ning Qi smiled. The 3rd Ming prince, who was standing behind Ning Qi, raised his head and looked at Ning Qi with a hint of fear in his eyes. Isn't this fellow a bit too greedy? He actually wants to cheat me of 1,000 heaven-grade devil origin beads? How many magical crystals would that be? Perhaps it'll fill up my palace, the 3rd Ming prince thought to himself. He had seen Ning Qi's battle prowess before. Others thought that Qi Yu Hanzhong would definitely win this competition, but he knew that Qi Yu Hanzhong would definitely lose. However, he didn't expect the bet to double again and again. The 3rd Ming prince suddenly recalled that Ning Qi wasn't surprised when he heard the news. Could it be that he had already guessed this? 1,000 devil origin beads. Jen Shilai was silent for a while before saying, Do you know that even the Lucifer tribe only has a little more than 3,000 heaven-grade devil origin beads in their storage? You're basically emptying their entire fortune. Since I'm going to leave, how can I not bring more devil origin beads back? Ning Qi smiled. All right. The corner of Jen Shilai's mouth rose. I'll help you with this matter. What? 1,000 devil origin beads? Otherwise, we won't fight this competition? Damn it, it was indeed as I guessed. The Heaven Punishment Flame Emperor made an unnecessary move and caused me to lose a great opportunity. After Qi Yu Hanzhong received the message from his subordinate, he was incomparably furious. My lord, he wants to bet 1,000 devil origin beads. Just bet with him. Seeing this, Qi Yu Hanzhong's subordinate spoke in a low voice. 1,000? Where am I going to find 1,000 devil origin beads? Do you think the Xingtian tribe can take out more than 700 heaven-grade devil origin beads? Qi Yu Hanzhong glared at him. But as soon as he finished speaking, he thought of something and ordered his subordinates to pass the news to the heaven-punishing flame emperor. Then he found an acquaintance of Ning Qi. Elder Davis, I'm extremely clear about the enmity between you and him. Now is the time for you to take revenge. Chiyu Hanjong found Davis and sat face to face. Although his cultivation was lower than Davis's, because of his high status in the Chiyu tribe, he didn't need to put on the attitude of a junior when facing Davis. What enmity! Chiyu Hanjong, you can't speak irresponsibly. I won't participate in this competition, Davis said indifferently. All right, since I've missed this opportunity, I don't know how long I'll have to wait to kill him next time. I don't care. Chiyu Hanjong immediately stood up and left. Wait. Hearing the voice behind him, the corner of Chiyu Hanjong's mouth rose slightly. He turned around and looked at Davis. Elder Davis, is there anything else? How many heaven, grade devil origin beads do you lack? Davis said coldly. Not many. 200. Chiyu Hanjong smiled. 200 was not many, even if Davis was the Lucifer tribe's law enforcement hallmaster. He didn't have many heaven-grade devil origin beads in his hands. After hesitating for a while, Davis stared deeply at Chiyu Hanjong. How confident are you in killing this kid in this competition? 100%. Chiyu Hanjong sneered. During the Devil Race's Heaven's Pride battle, if it wasn't for the demon god evasion talisman. Do you think this kid could come back alive? However, the demon god evasion talisman can only be used once. I'd like to see what means he has to save his life this time. 100%. Daiwei's eyes flashed fiercely. Apart from Yu Ji, who died at Ning Chi's hands, his other disciples were also slaughtered by Ning Chi during the demon race's Heaven's chosen battle. Dai Wei couldn't swallow this resentment. This was a very good opportunity for revenge. He couldn't miss it no matter what. All right, 200 it is, but I can't give it to you now. Davis said, It's fine as long as you can give it to me before the competition. Then, Elder Davis, I'll wait for your good news. Chiyu Hanjong smiled. I don't want a third person to know about this. When you win the competition, I want 500 heaven-grade devil origin beads. Davis said in a gloomy voice. Chiyu Hanjong looked at him deeply, a trace of ridicule flashing in his eyes. This guy is really greedy, using 200 heaven-grade devil origin beads to exchange for 500? Chiyu Hanjong sneered in his heart, but nodded. No problem. Chapter 2048. Chapter 2048. Chapter 2048. Come down and die. 1,000 heaven-grade demonic essence beads? Hiss. Are you telling the truth? Did Chiyu Hanjong really bet 1,000 heaven-grade devil essence beads with that number 1 prodigy? How can it be fake? The news has already spread to the 3 major tribes and the 4 major cities. If it was true, someone from the Lucifer tribe would definitely come out to refute the rumors. But they didn't move at all. Obviously, they tacitly agreed. TSK. A heaven-grade demonic essence bead is worth at least 500,000 mid-grade demonic crystals. If I could have 3 or 5 of them, I wouldn't have to worry about it for the next 100 years. These guys are really generous, betting 1,000 beads. I'm afraid this is a bet between 2 tribes. How could the number 1 genius take out 1,000 heaven-grade devil elemental beads? If the Chiyu tribe wins this time, they will naturally regain the face they lost in the Devil Race's Heaven's Pride battle. Is the battle tomorrow? Not bad. This time, there were far fewer devils who had heard the news than during the Heavenly Prodigy battle. After all, the time was too short, and the places where the news could reach were very close. By the time those devils who were further away received the news, the battle would have already ended. Even so, the number of devils who had come was still very considerable. At the very least, the number of active devils in the giant city had increased by at least 3 times. A portion of the demon race's geniuses had come for Ning Chi because Ning Chi was their idol. When they found out that their idol was going to fight Chiyu and Hanjong, they had rushed over without stopping. They were full of confidence in Ning Chi and believed that with Ning Chi's talent, he would definitely be able to win this battle. Here are 200 heaven-grade demonic essence beads. Thank you, Elder Davis. You're welcome. Just remember to give me 500 pills after battle. Of course, after Chiyu Hanzhong left, Daiweixi's expression gradually became serious. He had saved up the demon crystals for a long time, and originally planned to use them to buy demon battle skills. However, this time he took out all of them and exchanged them for more than 50 heaven-grade demon elemental beads from the tribe. As for the remaining 100 or so, he had borrowed them through his connections. He could not afford to lose them. If Chiyu Hanzhong lost this time, he would fall into a dilemma. Thinking of this, Davis laughed at himself. How could he fail? Chiyu was certain of Hanzhong's victory. That was why he was willing to make such a huge bet. Otherwise, he would have chosen to lend the heaven-grade devil elemental orb to Chiyu Hanzhong instead of participating in the bet with Ning Qi. The next day, early in the morning, there were many demons sparsely sitting in the arena. The main reason was that this arena was too big. Sitting tens of millions of demons was not a problem, so it was very spacious for millions of demons to sit here. On the high platforms of the 3 major tribes and the 4 top cities, there were also demons. However, after all, it was not the battle of the demons' geniuses. On the side of the Lucifer tribe, only Jian Shi Lai, Davis, and the others had arrived. On the side of the Chiyu tribe, Chiyu Tiansha had come. On the side of the Xingtian tribe, not a single elder had come. Only Xingtianyan Emperor had come. The same was true for the 4 top cities. All the geniuses had come to watch the battle. Only 2 or 3 elders of the Earth Demon stage had come. Davis, it seems like you care about Beishian a lot. Jian Shilai looked at Davis with a faint smile. Davis smiled faintly. Beishian is the genius of the demons of my Lucifer tribe. He is going to fight with Chiyu Hanzhong. As the elder of the law enforcement hall, I naturally have the responsibility to come and watch the battle. Is that so? Jian Shilai smiled, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Davis thought that he was doing things secretly, but when he transferred 200 heaven-grade devil elemental orbs from the Lucifer tribe, Jian Shilai received the news soon after. Why did he want 200 heaven-grade devil elemental orbs for no reason? For the Earth Demon stage, the effect of the devil elemental orb was not too strong. It was of little value. It was tasteless and a pity to discard it. In this way, Davis's purpose was very obvious. Obviously, he was also involved in this battle, and he was not on the side of the Lucifer tribe, but joined forces with Chiyu Hanzhong and the others. If this matter was exposed, Davis would inevitably be labeled as a traitor. At this moment, Ning Qi and the 3rd prince of Ming broke through the air and landed on the Lucifer tribe's high platform. When the demons in the audience saw this, there was a buzz and a commotion. Many demons were excited and stared at Ning Qi with fiery eyes. The geniuses of the Chiyu tribe, Xingtian tribe, and the 4 giant cities also looked at Ning Qi with different expressions. Davis glanced at Ning Qi coldly, then smiled, turned his head, and closed his eyes to sleep. Not long after Ning Qi arrived, Chiyu Hanzhong brought a large group of demon geniuses and landed heavily on the Chiyu tribe's high platform. At this moment, Chiyu Tiansha, who had been closing his eyes to sleep, slowly opened his eyes and said to Jian Shilai in a clear voice, Saintess, since the people from both sides are here, shall we start the battle now? Take out your devil elemental orbs first. Jian Shilai smiled faintly. Chiyu Tiansha's eyes flashed coldly when he heard this. Are you afraid that my Chiyu tribe can't afford to lose? Yes. Jian Shilai nodded calmly. Since that's the case, then take out your devil elemental orb and let me take a look so that we know that you're not trying to trick us. Chiyu Tiansha said coldly. Do I need to take out my devil elemental orb? I can mobilize the things of the Lucifer tribe at any time. If you don't believe me, why don't we bet 2,000 heaven-grade devil elemental orbs? How about it? The corners of Jian Shilai's mouth curled up slightly. Elder, they seem to be looking for an excuse to avoid this battle. Chiyu Hanzhong hurriedly transmitted his voice. When Chiyu Tiansha saw this, he snorted coldly in his heart. He was also afraid that Jian Shilai would find an excuse to raise the bet to 2,000 heaven grade devil elemental orbs. This way, they would definitely not be able to take out such a large sum of heaven grade devil elemental orbs. Thinking up to here, Chiyu Tiansha shook his hand, and a universe ring shot towards Jian Shilai like lightning. Jian Shilai smiled, and with a light lift of his palm, the universe ring immediately stopped and floated above his palm. With a sweep of his mind, Jian Shilai nodded and threw the universe ring to Ningqi. There are 1,000 heaven-grade devil elemental orbs inside. Count some yourself. Jian Shilai smiled. Ningqi didn't point it and immediately kept it. Since Jian Shilai had already confirmed it, there was no need for him to do anything unnecessary. Ningqi was happy that he had finally obtained 1,000 heaven-grade devil elemental orbs. Before the battle even ended, Jian Shilai had already given the universe ring that contained the heaven-grade devil elemental orbs to Ningqi. This caused all the demons to be stunned. Could it be that Jian Shilai thought that Ningqi would definitely win this battle? Deliberately mystifying. Chiyu Hanzhong looked coldly at Ningqi, then flew up and landed on the stage. He pointed at Ningqi and said, "Number 1 genius, come down and die." Chapter 2049. Chapter 2049. Chapter 2049. Concede defeat. Chiyu Hanzhong is so arrogant. Young Master Beixian is the number 1 sky talent. Is it because he is unwilling to admit defeat? The geniuses of the devil race who idolized Ningqi instantly glared at Chiyu Hanzhong. However, most of the devil race stood on Chiyu Hanzhong's side with a hint of schadenfreude in their eyes. In their view, Ningqi was only able to obtain the title of the number 1 Heaven's Pride battle because of a loophole. This title originally belonged to the Heaven Punishing Flame Emperor. The Heaven Punishing Flame Emperor stared at Ningqi with a faint smile on his face. Although he couldn't personally kill Ningqi this time, as long as Ningqi died in the hands of Chiyu Hanzhong today, no one would remember him for another 10 years. Ningqi smiled, leaped up, and landed in front of Chiyu Hanzhong. The distance between the two sides was less than 30 feet. For both sides, such a distance could be covered in an instant. The devils in the audience gradually became nervous. Most of the devils thought that Ningqi could not be Chiyu Hanzhong's opponent, and that he had not died in the hands of Chiyu Hanzhong at that time because of the demon god's destruction talisman. However, Ningqi still carried the title of the number 1 prodigy. Many demons were secretly looking forward to it. Would a miracle happen? I've been waiting for this day for decades. You really shouldn't have agreed to fight me. Chiyu Hanzhong heaved a sigh of relief in his heart when he saw Ningqi's fate. This time, there wouldn't be any mishaps. He would be able to kill Ningqi openly. Let me ask you one last question. Ningqi smiled. In the end, when the demons in the spectator stands heard this, their expressions suddenly became a little strange. The demon prodigies who were originally full of confidence in Ningqi were also stunned on the spot. Could it be that Ningqi also felt that he had no chance of winning this competition? One last question. All right, ask away. Chiyu Hanzhong nodded with a faint smile. If I bet 2,000 heaven-grade devil elemental beads with you, will you cancel this battle? Ningqi smiled. Of course not. It's a rare opportunity to kill you openly. Do you think I'll miss it? Chiyu Hanzhong laughed out loud. I knew it. This number 1 prodigy used 1,000 heaven-grade devil elemental beads as a wager, hoping that Chiyu Hanzhong would back down and cancel the battle. But he didn't expect Chiyu Hanzhong's killing intent to be so strong that he forcefully gathered 1,000 heaven-grade devil elemental beads. Many of the demons in the spectator stands looked at Ningqi with a hint of mockery in their eyes. Some of the demons who idolized Ningqi looked at him in disbelief. Their hearts ached. Could it be that the number one genius in their hearts was so cowardly? Sigh, a hint of regret appeared on Ning Chi's face. It's too late for you to regret now. Chiyu Hanzhong laughed loudly. Just as he was about to make a move, he found that Ning Chi had already made the first move and punched him in the face. You dare to sneak attack me? How dare you? Today, I'll let you know the difference between us. Chiyu Hanzhong roared and punched out. He planned to break Ning Chi's arm and let him know how powerful he was. Bang! Crack! The sound of an arm breaking resounded. Then, Chiyu Hanzhong was sent flying with a dumbfounded expression. His right arm had already been broken into several pieces and was fluttering in the air. How could this be? It felt like a dream, but the pain in his arm was very real. Boom! With a loud bang, Chiyu Hanzhong landed heavily on the ground. Hiss! The demons in the crowd all gasped and looked at Ning Chi in disbelief. Some of them even rubbed their eyes, thinking that they were seeing things. On the high platforms of the 3 major tribes and the 4 major cities, the demons who came to watch the battle looked at each other in disbelief. Then they stood up abruptly and looked at the center of the arena. What's going on? Chiyu Tiansha's expression changed. The sky-punishing Flame Emperor's eyes flashed with horror as he looked at Ning Chi, as if he wanted to see if Ning Chi was really there. Dai Weixi's heart felt like it had been struck by a heavy fist. His entire body trembled as he subconsciously stood up and looked at the situation in the arena with an ashen expression. When he confirmed that the one lying on the ground was Chiyu Hanzhong and the one standing was Ning Chi, Dai Weixi's eyes revealed a trace of horror. Damn it! Why was it different from what he had expected? How could Chiyu Hanzhong be sent flying with a single punch? If Chiyu Hanzhong failed this time, he would lose a total of 200 heaven-grade demon essence beads. This was a huge sum of demonic crystals for Dai Weici. Dai Weixi's body swayed slightly as he considered what would happen to Chiyu Hanzhong if he failed. His face turned dark as a mouthful of blood gushed out of his throat before he forcefully swallowed it back down. Jian Shilai noticed this scene from the corner of his eye. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly as a hint of mockery flashed in his eyes. This was called going for wool and coming home shorn. I really regret not betting 2,000 heaven-grade demon essence beads with you. Ning Chi walked in front of Chiyu Hanzhong and smiled. Impossible. Go to hell. Chiyu Hanzhong roared and wanted to counterattack, but Ning Chi's fist landed on his body once again. The huge force caused the entire arena to shake and a mushroom cloud erupted. After the smoke dissipated, everyone saw Chiyu Hanzhong lying in the middle of the deep pit in a sorry state. His neck seemed to have been broken as his head drooped beside his shoulder. Too strong. Chiyu Hanzhong is actually not his match? Damn, this guy knew he would win from the beginning, right? So he was actually regretting not betting 2,000 heaven-grade demon essence beads with Chiyu Hanzhong. The devils in the spectator seats immediately fell into a state of shock. Many of them had a good relationship with Chiyu Hanzhong and had taken out some devil elemental beads to lend to Chiyu Hanzhong in this battle. Now their complexions were ugly, as if they had eaten a mouthful of dog shit. If Chiyu Hanzhong really lost this time, he would lose a total of 1,000 heaven-grade demon essence beads. This was a considerable amount of demonic crystals for the entire Chiyu tribe. It would be very difficult for them to collect this debt from Chiyu Hanzhong. Creek. The Sky Punishment Flame Emperor clenched his fists tightly as he stared at Ning Chi with an incomparably solemn expression. Only he knew how much of the 1,000 devil elemental beads he had obtained. If Chiyu Hanzhong lost, the one who would suffer the most would be him. How did this kid's battle strength increase to such a level? How did he do it? Flame Emperor Xingtian couldn't understand, but he was very unwilling to lose so many demon essence beads to Ning Chi this time. I admit defeat. Chapter 2050. Come and kill me. You're not fighting anymore. Chiyu Tiansha It's not right for you to interfere like this, right? Jian Shilai's expression turned cold. He took a step forward and appeared in front of Ning Qi in an instant. He looked at Qiyu Tiansha coldly. Qiyu Tiansha's expression turned ugly. Are you planning to kill me? He glanced at Ning Qi coldly. 1,000 heaven-grade demon essence beads isn't enough. Do you want to take Hanzhong's life as well? Rules are rules. If you don't abide by this rule today, then you are making fun of my Lucifer tribe. I believe that Lord Lucifer will not be merciful to such a person. Jian Shilai said indifferently. Elder Tiansha, I can still fight. Qiyu Hanzhong stood up with difficulty and stared at Ning Qi. At this moment, Qiyu Tiansha's hands moved slightly behind his back. An extremely hidden stream of light flashed from his hands and entered Qiyu Hanzhong's body. Qiyu Hanzhong was stunned. He couldn't help but reveal a hint of ecstasy in his eyes. Since that's the case, let's continue. Qiyu Tiansha sneered and returned to the high platform. Seeing this, Jian Shilai smiled and returned to the high platform. The demons in the audience were rather disappointed. They thought that they would be able to see two Earth demon stage existences fight. They didn't expect Qiyu Tiansha to admit defeat so quickly. You can still fight? Ning Qi looked at Qiyu Hanzhong with a faint smile. I don't care what fortuitous encounters you had during this period of time. You want to defeat me today? No way. Ha ha ha. Qiyu Hanzhong laughed maniacally. A golden light erupted from his body and enveloped him. When Flame Emperor Xingtian and the others saw this, their expressions changed. Many of the demons present had seen something similar to the golden light around Qiyu Hanzhong's body in the demon race's Heaven's Chosen Battle. Demon God Evasion Talisman. It's actually the Demon God Evasion Talisman. I didn't expect Qiyu Hanzhong to have such a trick up his sleeves. From the looks of it, the battle today will be a draw. With the Demon God Evading Talisman, Qiyu can at least remain undefeated in Hanzhong. What a pity. If it wasn't for the Qiyu Heavenly Shah's intervention, Qiyu Hanzhong wouldn't have had the time to release the Demon God Repulsive Talisman. The Qiyu tribe is really shameless. Ha ha ha. Come on, hit me. Today, I will at most tie with you. You didn't expect it, did you? Back then, you used the Demon God's Evasion Talisman to obtain the title of the #1 prodigy. And now it's on you so quickly. This is called paying someone back in their own coin. Qiyu Hanzhong laughed proudly. Even though he had suffered serious injuries, he was very happy. This old man, Jian Shilai, looked coldly at the Qiyu Heavenly Shah. Regardless of whether the Demon God Evading Talisman was in Qiyu Hanzhong's body or had just taken the opportunity to give it to him, it was all related to the Qiyu Heavenly Shah. The Qiyu Heavenly Shah revealed a faint smile and nodded at Jian Shi. Fight with me? He's still too tender. All right, this time the heaven-grade demon essence bead is safe. Davis heaved a deep sigh of relief. Unknowingly, his back was covered in cold sweat. He no longer hoped that Qiyu Hanzhong could kill Ning Qi and avenge him. As long as Qiyu Hanzhong remained undefeated, it would be a blessing. Come on, hit me. Ha ha ha. Qiyu Hanzhong laughed maniacally. He recalled the scene of the spider pattern mocking him under the protection of the demon god Repulsive Talisman. He immediately felt a sense of satisfaction. Now an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Ning Qi smiled. With a flip of his palm, the Dragon Slayer saber appeared in his hand. He then slashed at Qiyu Hanzhong. Want to destroy the demon god Repulsive Talisman? Dream on. A hint of mockery flashed in Davis's eyes. Previously, Ning Qi had used the demon god Repulsive Talisman to block the siege of dozens of late-stage human devils, including the heaven-punishing emperor. He did not believe that Ning Qi could break the demon god Repulsive Talisman now. The corner of the Qiyu Heavenly Shah's mouth rose slightly. After the demon god Repulsive Talisman, he specially went to the Heavenly Talisman tribe to retrieve it, just in case. Today it finally came in handy. With Ning Qi's strength, even if he used a high-grade demon artifact, he would not be able to break the demon god repulsive talisman in a short time, let alone a saber. Looks like it's a draw. The heaven punishing emperor sighed lightly. Saber? Ha ha ha. Come and chop. Puff. The golden light curtain was split into two by the dragon slayer saber. The sharp blade had already sunk deep into Qi Yu Hanzhong's head. Qi Yu Hanzhong looked at Ning Qi in disbelief. Blood was already gushing out of his head, mouth, and eyes. Only then did he finish his sentence. After that, Qi Yu Hanzhong looked at Ning Qi reluctantly, the vitality in his eyes gradually dissipating. Everyone heard it. He asked me to chop him, and even asked me to hit him. This is the first time I've heard of such a request, sighed. Ning Qi put away the dragon slayer saber, shook his head and sighed. Then he flew up and returned to Jian Shilai's side. Only then did the demon race in the spectators' stand react. The entire arena immediately became extremely noisy. Qi Yu Hanzhong died just like that? That's unbelievable. Isn't that the demon god repulsive talisman? How could it not even withstand a single strike from young Master Beixian? Could it be that that saber is an high-grade demon artifact? Sigh, a genius of a generation has fallen just like that. What a pity! What a pity! Qiyu Tiansha slowly turned his neck and finally locked his gaze on Ning Qi. In the depths of his eyes there was a trace of shock, but more of it was anger that was about to explode. Qi Yu Hanzhong was a rare genius of the Qiyu tribe. All the elders had concluded that he had a 70 to 80% chance of reaching the Earth demon realm. Such a genius had died in the hands of Ning Qi. How could Qi Yu Tiansha not be angry? Davis could no longer control his arm. It was trembling nonstop. 200 heaven-grade demon origin beads. He had lost 200 heaven-grade demon origin beads in one go. Most of them were borrowed by him. This time he had basically gone bankrupt and owed a huge debt. Even if he was in the Earth demon realm, he didn't know how many years it would take for him to repay this debt. More importantly, if the members of the Elder Cabinet knew that he had borrowed the demon origin beads and colluded with outsiders to harm Ning Qi, he might not even be able to keep his position as the second elder of the Law Enforcement Hall. The Heaven Punishment Flame Emperor took a deep breath as his complexion gradually turned pale. With his status, 700 or 800 heaven-grade devil origin beads were not enough to crush him to death. But if his father were to find out about this, he was very afraid of what kind of impression he would leave in his father's heart. Elder Tiansha, the battle has ended. We will be leaving first. Oh, thank you for the 1,000 heaven-grade demon origin beads. Chapter 2051. Return to the central continent after returning to the Saint Lady Temple. Ning Qi took out a heaven-grade demonic essence bead and played with it in her hand. At the same time, she continued to absorb the thick demonic aura from it. About 2 hours later, Ning Qi determined from the amount of devil qi he absorbed and the amount of devil qi that disappeared from the devil elemental bead. A heaven-grade devil elemental bead was roughly equivalent to the amount of devil qi one could absorb in hidden cultivator cities, secret realm, for 10 years. However, this was only for ordinary geniuses. The amount of devil qi Ning Qi could absorb in hidden cultivator cities, secret realm, far exceeded this amount. No matter what, 1,000 heaven-grade devil essence beads were enough for Ning Qi to cultivate for a long time. He wouldn't have to worry about devil qi for a long time. Child Beixian, I heard from the saintess that you're leaving? North Moon Lingqiu brought in 2 cups of tea, handing one to the third prince and the other to Ning Qi. The third prince nodded in thanks with a smile. Yes. Ning Qi smiled and nodded. Then remember to come to the Saint Lady Temple more often in the future. The Saint Lady wants to see you, North Moon Lingqiu murmured, before turning around and leaving quickly. The third prince chuckled as he looked at North Moon Lingqiu's back. Just when he was about to say something, He saw Ning Qi looking at him with a faint smile. Seeing this, the third prince laughed dryly and drank his tea in silence. "You're still drinking? Let's go." Ning Qi finished the tea in the cup, then stood up and said, "Leave. Child Beixian, where are you going?" The third prince was taken aback. "Where are we going?" "Take you to a place you've never been before." Ning Qi let out a faint smile, which was rather mysterious in the eyes of the third prince. Before he could react, a mystical aura engulfed him. The third Ming prince subconsciously wanted to resist, but when he saw the warning look on Ning Qi's face, he immediately dispersed the demonic qi he had gathered. Since Ning Qi didn't want to kill him, the third Ming prince decided to give up in order to suffer less. In the blink of an eye, the third prince was sucked into Ning Qi's fortune domain, Central Continent. Since Ning Qi was suppressed, there were a few immortal king rank existences in Dao Expansion Immortal City that were stationed in the Azure Dragon Continent. Originally, there were a total of 7 great sages in the Azure Dragon Continent. The great sage Xianzhan was no longer here, and the remaining 6 great sages chose to enter into closed-door cultivation after these 7 immortal king rank existences appeared. At the same time, they released all the authority in their hands and asked their clansmen to keep a low profile. In this way, the true rulers of the Azure Dragon Continent became the few immortal kings who were stationed there. The original Wang family's ancestral city had now become the residence of the immortal kings. If there was any dispute that could not be resolved between the various forces in the Azure Dragon Continent, or if they found any rare treasures, they would come here immediately. After all, these immortal kings were ordered by the Dao Yen Celestial Emperor to come to the Azure Dragon Continent to monitor the world. In secret, the various cultivators called them the Inspectors. Have you guys heard? Some time ago, the remnants of the War God Temple, the Blood Abyssal Clan, and the Wang Clan were discovered in the Netherworld Dao Celestial Dynasty. They killed a few geniuses from Dao Expansion Immortal City. All the geniuses rushed over after hearing the news and wanted to surround and capture them. In the end, even the recently famous Feng Wudao was defeated by them. Alas, since that person was suppressed, the War God Temple and Dao Expansion Immortal City are like fire and water. The strange thing is, until now, no one has been able to find the location of the War God Temple. It seems that even Dao Expansion Immortal Emperor can't do anything about it. Feng Wudao? Is he the personal disciple of true immortal Netherworld Dao, the husband of Twilight Autumn Cicada? A few decades ago, he suddenly obtained the favor of a divinity and was imparted a supreme cultivation technique to him, causing him to break through to the second tribulation creator realm in a short period of time? Yes, it's indeed him. Hiss. At that time, he was merely the young master of the Kunlun abode under true immortal Xian, and he was a materialization realm cultivator like us. I never expected that his cultivation would improve so swiftly once he heard the Dao. Haha. All of you probably still remember that Feng Wudao once offended that person, right? Later on, he was beaten into a child by that person's divine ability. All these years, he's probably been pursuing the remnants of the War God Temple so fervently because he holds a grudge against that person. In the Wang clan's ancestral city, a few materialization realm cultivators sat in a private room of a restaurant and chatted lightly. But when they mentioned that person, their voices became even softer. It was as if that person was a taboo here, and they didn't even dare rashly mention his name. Shit, don't talk about it. If the supervisor hears us talking about this person, he'll probably think that we're remnants of the War God Temple and kill us. On the street outside the restaurant stood a 5-meter-tall young man. When the nearby cultivators passed by this young man, they would take a few extra glances at him. But this wasn't strange. There were thousands of foreign races in the Central Continent, and for example, the Titan descendants were born 30 meters tall. A mere 5-meter-tall young man wasn't enough to scare them. Behind this young man stood another young man. He had a curious look on his face as he looked around. So he was born in this world. But there isn't a trace of demonic chi here. No wonder he cheated Chiyu Hanzhong of 1,000 demonic elemental beads. Third Prince Ming thought to himself as he looked around curiously. Suddenly, he looked at Ning Qi in realization. He finally understood why Ning Qi would bet 1,000 demonic elemental beads with Chiyu Hanzhong. Ning Qi overheard the idle chatter of the demon race along the way. From their words, he could already deduce what kind of changes had occurred in the central continent after he had been imprisoned in the immortal prison. Firstly, the territory conquered by Yuan Venerate Immortal Slayer had been completely reclaimed by the Dao Yan Immortal Emperor. This time, the Dao Yan Immortal Emperor had already extended his influence to the 9 Desolates. However, Yuan Venerate Heavenly Gu did not allow the Dao Yan Immortal Emperor to intervene. Hence, there were frequent conflicts between the two sides. The 9 Desolates were at a disadvantage, but there was no risk of them being breached in the short term. This was because the cautious Dao Yan had never personally gone to the 9 Desolates. Ning Qi had originally thought that he would return directly to Fengsuan Mountain, but he had never expected that an accident would occur. He would be attacked by a void storm and end up in the Green Dragon continent with serious injuries. If his demonic body had not been strong enough, he might have been torn to shreds by the void storm. Afterward, Ning Qi had redeemed a top-notch cultivation training ground for a few months and had been recuperating there until a few days ago. He had no intention of returning directly to Fengsuan Mountain. Since he was already in the Green Dragon continent, he naturally had to return to the Wang family ancestral city. Young Master Beixian, where are we going now? Chapter 2052. Brazen Attack, where to? There are many places we have to go. The corners of Ning Qi's mouth curled up slightly as he walked in the direction of the Wang family's original location. The 3rd Ming Prince muttered to himself before following suit. Soon, the two of them stopped in front of a building. 2 cultivators who looked like guards were standing at the entrance. Their cultivation bases weren't low, as they were both half-step creation-level entities. However, they were no different from ants in the eyes of the 3rd Ming Prince. This is the office of the inspector. What are the 2 of you sneaking around for? Suddenly, one of the guards shouted coldly towards Ning Qi. When the cultivators passing by saw this, they quickly hid to the side, afraid that the guard would misunderstand them as being with Ning Qi. At the same time, they looked at Ning Qi with a trace of schadenfreude. Where did this country bumpkin come from? Don't you know that it's better to stay away from this place? How dare you stare at it? You must have a death wish. You. The 3rd Ming Prince was about to flare up when Ning Qi glared at him. The 3rd Ming Prince had no choice but to suppress his anger. If it hadn't been for Ning Qi, he would have crushed this ant into minced meat. A half-step creation-level entity was indeed nothing more than an ant in the immortal prison. Even the weakest demon race was basically equivalent to a creation-level entity in the central continent. Therefore, the 3rd Ming Prince actually felt a little disdainful of the central continent. He just didn't dare show it in front of Ning Qi. What about you? The guard's face turned cold. He was also a little surprised that someone would dare show him disrespect. Did the other party not know where they were? Because of Ning Qi, the 3rd Ming Prince closed his eyes slowly and ignored the guard. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to resist taking another look at the guard. If that happened, he would have to suffer again. Ning Qi chuckled. With a slight thought, for figures appeared beside him. This is the central continent. Yuan Venerate Devil Corpse looked around and took a deep breath. He was ecstatic. He hadn't expected that they would really return. Yuan Venerate Immortal Slayer was also a little happy deep down. After all, he had stayed in the central continent for too long and had unknowingly developed feelings for it. However, the immortal purgatory was more suitable for cultivation. Unlike Yuan Venerate Devil Corpse, he wasn't swayed by emotions. If he hadn't known that he could enter the immortal purgatory again, he wouldn't have returned. Xianzhen, is this your hometown? Gu Miaoxian used her divine sense and discovered that there was not even a trace of demon qi in the surroundings. The only demon qi was emitting from Ning Qi and the others. Thus she concluded that this was not where she had once been. Home! The great sage of Xuanjin looked at the scenery around him, but it was a little unfamiliar. No matter what, he couldn't think of any memories related to this place. Xuanjin, great sage, looked at Ning Qi and asked hesitantly, "Where is this place?" "The Wang clan's land." Ning Qi smiled. "This is the Wang clan's land?" The great sage of Xuanjin was slightly taken aback. Although he didn't have any memories, Ning Qi had briefly mentioned his identity in the central continent. In the Wang clan, he was the head of the family and had the highest seniority. In the blink of an eye, he had returned to his home, which made the great sage of Xuanjin feel a little homesick. Would the people inside still recognize him? However, this is no longer the Wang clan's land. Dao Yan has sent a few creator masters to occupy this place. Ning Qi smiled. Dao Yan? The two guards at the door were shocked when they heard this. They looked at Ning Qi in disbelief. He actually dared to address the Dao Yan immortal emperor this way. The surrounding cultivators were also shocked by Ning Qi's words. They looked at Ning Qi with fear in their eyes. Xuanjin's home has been occupied? A cold light flashed in Gu Miaoxin's eyes when she heard this. A faint murderous intent was emitted from her body. The two guards, who were half a step to the creation realm, looked at each other when they sensed the murderous intent. Then one of them shouted, "Who are you people? How dare you disrespect the Dao Yan immortal emperor? Don't even think about leaving this place today." The other person fiercely waved his hand, and a beam of light shot into the air, speeding into the depths of the Wang family. Seeing this, Ning Qi gently blew on it. Before the beam of light could fly more than 10 meters away, it disappeared without a trace, leaving behind a faint white powder that drifted down from the sky. "How dare you?" The two guards finally confirmed that the other party did not come with good intentions. They even dared to shoot down their message amulet. It was obvious that they did not respect the supervisor lords. "They are all Dao Yan's men?" The great sage of Xuanjin looked at Ning Qi. Ning Qi nodded. The next moment, the great sage of Xuanjin attacked. Poof! Two soft sounds. The heads of the two guards, who were half a step to the creation realm in the eyes of the Transcendence Realm cultivators, were smashed by the great sage of Xuanjin in the blink of an eye. Hiss! The surrounding cultivators could not help but retreat hundreds of feet away when they saw this scene. The originally lively street suddenly became empty. In front of the gate, only Ning Qi and the other 5 figures stood in the wind. That guy killed the supervisor's men. Does he really want to die? Could it be the remaining members of the Wang clan? The remaining members of the Wang clan? That's a big deal. Would the remaining members of the Wang clan dare to return here? The surrounding cultivators looked at each other and secretly communicated with each other. At this moment, a few cultivators standing at the outermost edge of the crowd suddenly looked at the great sage of Xuanjin's face. These cultivators were considered old people in the Wang clan's ancestral city. They had stayed in the ancestral city for more than 1,000 years. Since they were driven away and the supervisor took over the ancestral city, they returned here. Therefore, when they saw the appearance of the great sage of Xuanjin, they revealed a thoughtful expression. So familiar, who could it be? It should be an elder of the Wang clan. Wait! One of the cultivators suddenly raised his head with a hint of shock in his eyes. A storm was set off in his heart. When he looked at the other cultivators, he found that their expressions were basically the same as his. Do you also think he's that person? It should be. Although his appearance has changed a little, it has been thousands of years since he disappeared, so it's considered normal. I just didn't expect him to return here again. Those two existences, half a step to the creation realm, couldn't even withstand one move from him. I guess the great sage of Xuanjin must have broken through to the creator realm? If the great sage of Xuanjin is back, I'm afraid there will be another bloody storm. That won't be the case. The Azure Dragon Continent is no longer the Azure Dragon Continent of the past. Even if the great sage of Xuanjin returns, what can he do? He can kill 2 half-step to the creation realm, but can he kill a supervisor? Well, that's true. Let's go. Chapter 2053. Suppression of Aura the Cultivators. Nearby became more and more serious when they saw Ning Qi and the others enter the Wang family's residence. Some of the more timid ones had already fled, but there was no lack of bold cultivators who soared into the sky to see what was going on. As the commotion grew, more and more cultivators were attracted. However, most of the cultivators were just following the crowd. They didn't know what had happened here previously and weren't sure what would happen next. The Wang family's residence had changed beyond recognition. The buildings in Ning Qi's memory were all gone and replaced with buildings he had never seen before. The layout of the entire Wang family's residence had also been changed. Who are you? Suddenly, a group of young cultivators walked in front of them. All of them exuded the aura of a 3-tribulation creator. The leading female cultivator frowned and looked at Ning Qi and the others strangely. They didn't remember seeing Ning Qi and the others. Since the guards at the door had let them in, they should have seen them before. Perhaps it was because of their natural vigilance. After noticing that something was wrong with Ning Qi's group, the leading female cultivator had already informed the rest of the people with a sound transmission. They looked at Ning Qi and the others with a hint of vigilance in their eyes. This is the Wang family's residence, right? Great Sage Xian Zhen smiled and stepped forward. He knew that given his current cultivation base, no one in the central mainland would be a match for him as long as he didn't bump into the Dao Yen Celestial Emperor. Using the central mainland's classification system, Great Sage Xian Zhen, who had cultivated in the immortal prison for thousands of years, had already reached the level of a Yuan Venerate. Even if the 9 underworld demon Venerate appeared in front of Great Sage Xian Zhen, he would be able to kill him with a single slap. Wang family? This is the office of the supervisor. The Wang family you are talking about is the remnant of the Wang family that is hiding with the remnants of the War God Temple, right? In that case, you must also be a remnant of the Wang family? The female cultivator narrowed her eyes and exuded the faint aura of a 3-tribulation creator. At the same time, the cultivators around her stepped forward and surrounded Ning Qi and the others. Those few seem to be the personal disciples of the supervisor. They are not weak even among the creators. Do you think Great Sage Xian Zhen can defeat them? Naturally, he won't be able to win. The Great Sage Xian Zhen has been missing for too long. Perhaps he doesn't know who's ruling over the Azure Dragon Continent anymore. The era of the 7 saints can no longer be returned. That's right. Time makes people grow old. However, everything that has happened in these few thousand years is more than what happened in tens of thousands of years, or even hundreds of thousands of years. Perhaps it's all because of one person. You mean Yuan Venerate Beixian? Yes, before he appeared, the Green Dragon Continent had been embroiled in battles for hundreds of thousands of years, but nothing that could change the situation had happened. After the appearance of the North Mystic Yuan Venerate, the changes in the Green Dragon Continent became greater and greater. Do you still remember that he had merely broken through to the Dharma characteristic realm back then? Yet the Dharma characteristic realm cultivators of the Green Dragon Continent were so scared that they didn't even dare show their faces? That era was really hopeless. Fortunately, we escaped quickly back then. That's right. These fellows had also been part of the group that had besieged Ning Qi. However, even though Ning Qi had killed thousands of Dharma characteristic realm cultivators at that time, there had been a few that had escaped. After that, Ning Qi had ignored these ants, and they had also come out openly after hiding for a period of time. This was especially so after learning that Ning Qi had been suppressed in the immortal prison. The thorn in their hearts that had existed for a long time had finally been removed. Speaking of Ning Qi really made them sigh with emotion, especially since Great Sage Xian Zhen was Ning Qi's great-grandfather. Remnant of the Wang family? Ha ha ha! Great sage Xianzhen laughed heartily. I am Wang Xuanzhen. According to what you said, I am indeed a remnant of the Wang family. So, do you want to kill me? Wang Xuanzhen? Great sage Xianzhen? Buzz. When the cultivators nearby heard great sage Xianzhen's words, they were shocked and whispered to each other. The way they looked at Ning Qi and the others changed again and again. Great sage Xianzhen is back? At the periphery of the crowd, a young cultivator looked at Wang Xuanzhen thoughtfully. He was the son of great sage Kuan Peng Wuyu. He had fought with Ning Qi and even chased after Ning Qi. However, when Ning Qi had broken through to the Dharma characteristic realm, he did not want to hit him when he was down. In the end, he did not die in the hands of Ning Qi, whose combat power had increased greatly after the breakthrough. After that, his life had not interacted with Ning Qi. It was not until Ning Qi was suppressed in the immortal prison that he heard the news. Over the years, all the great sages of the various immortal realms had gone into seclusion because of the arrival of the Inspector. The so-called immortal realms had also disappeared overnight. As the son of great sage Kuan Peng Wuyu should have enjoyed supreme glory in the Kuan Peng sacred ground. However, as great sage Kuan Peng had gone into seclusion, his status had plummeted. Those who had tried to curry favor with him in the past had now treated him as an ordinary Dharma characteristic realm cultivator. Kuan Peng Wuyu was happy to see this. Apart from cultivating in seclusion, he would travel around whenever he encountered a bottleneck. Today he saw great sage Xianzhen return as soon as he arrived at the Wang family's ancestral city. Immediately after, Kuan Peng Wuyu's gaze swept across great sage Xianzhen, Gu Miaoxian, the third Ming prince, Yuan Venerate Slayer Immortal, and Yuan Venerate Devil Corpse before finally stopping on Ning Qi. This was mainly because Ning Qi's 5-meter-tall body stood out among the crowd. Kuan Peng Wuyu's eyes flickered as he subconsciously took a step forward and tried to get a closer look at Ning Qi's face. Oh, so your great sage Xianzhen, the former family head of the Wang family. The female cultivator was slightly taken aback. Then the corners of her lips curled up and a sinister smile appeared on her face. She heaved a sigh of relief after knowing the identity of great sage Xianzhen. She had initially thought that this group of people might have been sent by the enemies of their master. However, the former family head of the Wang family was no different from an aunt to them. All of you don't have to leave today. Lord Divine Venerate will definitely be very happy to send all of you to the Tao Expansion Immortal City. The female cultivator smiled faintly. A moment later, she suddenly made a move. Boundless power of creation surged out of her body continuously. The group of people standing around Ning Qi also made a move in unison, as if they had discussed this beforehand and had a tacit understanding. From the beginning to the end, Yuan Venerate, Slayer Immortal, and the others had no intention of making a move. They had faint smiles on their faces. In their eyes, this group of people was already dead. Boom! An extremely violent aura swept out from great sage Xuanzhen's body. He didn't even need to make a move. This aura was enough to make the female cultivator and the other cultivators kneel on the ground. One by one, they were shocked and looked at great sage Xuanzhen in disbelief. Chapter 2054. Sucked dry. Yuan Venerate? How is that possible? How could Wang Xuanzhen be a Yuan Venerate? The female cultivator stared at great sage Xianzhen in horror. How many Yuan Venerates had appeared in the entire central mainland in so many years? Not to mention Yuan Venerate Immortal Slayer, Yuan Venerate Devil Corpse, and even Yuan Venerate Sangji had died at the hands of Yuan Venerate Baixian. Since then, there had been very few Yuan Venerates in the central mainland. How could a mere Dharma characteristic cultivator from the Green Dragon mainland become a 9-tribulation creator in the blink of an eye? The cultivators standing outside the Wang family were also shocked when they sensed the aura of great sage Xianzhen. What a powerful aura! I didn't expect great sage Xianzhen to return with such a high cultivation base after disappearing for thousands of years. Even the disciples of the supervisor envoy can't stand straight in front of him. How terrifying! Could his strength have reached the level of the supervisor envoy and become a legendary immortal king? Looks like a bloody battle is inevitable in the Wang family's ancestral city today. Could great sage Xianzhen have returned this time because of Yuan Venerate Beixian? No matter how strong he is, how strong can he be? Yuan Venerate Beixian has already been imprisoned in the immortal prison by the Dao Yin Immortal Emperor. Can he kill Dao Yin Immortal Emperor to seek revenge? Great sage Xianzhen's current strength had indeed shocked these cultivators. However, they still didn't think great sage Xianzhen would win. After all, the Wang family had offended a supreme existence that dominated this realm. Rumor had it that Dao Yin Immortal Emperor had already taken the second step, and even Yuan Venerate powerhouses wouldn't be a match for him. Kuin Pengwuyu was one of the cultivators present who understood great sage Xianzhen better. After all, his father was the Kuin Peng Great Sage. Kuin Pengwuyu would occasionally follow him when he talked with great sage Xianzhen. He was extremely sure that great sage Xianzhen's cultivation base back then was only slightly higher than his father's. Now, not only had great sage Xianzhen broken through to the creation realm, but his aura was also very terrifying. He was definitely not an ordinary creator. Wasn't this cultivation speed too terrifying? Rumor has it that great sage Xianzhen went missing when he entered the void domain. Could there be such a great opportunity in the void domain? But why hasn't anyone obtained it before? If one wanted to break through to the creation realm in the central mainland, they basically had to go to the void realm. This was also the direction that Kuin Pengwuyu would work towards in the future. Now that Kuin Pengwuyu had seen the terrifying aura of the great sage Xianzhen, he was looking forward to the void realm even more. You're not Wang Xuanjin. It's impossible for him to be as strong as you are. Who the hell are you? The female cultivator raised her head with difficulty and said, although she was completely suppressed by the aura of the great sage Xianzhen, she did not feel much fear in her heart. No matter what, her master was a celestial king under the command of the ultimate god. Unless the other party wanted to start a war with the Dao Yin celestial emperor, he would not dare to kill. Great sage Xianzhen, don't talk nonsense with this little girl. Why don't I help you capture those guys who are spying on us and teach them a lesson before sending them on their way? Yuan Venerate Devil Corpse chuckled as he glanced into the distance. There, 3 pairs of eyes were watching them. This is a matter of the Wang family. There is no need to trouble Yuan Venerate Devil Corpse. Wang Xuanjin smiled. Yuan Venerate Devil Corpse? Did I hear it wrong? How did great sage Xianzhen address the guy just now? It does seem to be Yuan Venerate Devil Corpse. Could it be Yuan Venerate Devil Stone? No. How could there be a Yuan Venerate Devil Stone in the central mainland? It can't be. Could this person be Yuan Venerate Devil Corpse, who was suppressed in the immortal prison decades ago? How is that possible? I have never heard of anyone coming out of the immortal prison. Yuan Venerate Devil Corpse? Gasp. The surrounding cultivators gasped and looked at Yuan Venerate Devil Corpse in disbelief. Kuin Pengwuyu's expression changed as he turned pale with fright. However, his gaze landed on Ning Qi, and all the doubts in his heart were cleared up at that moment. It's him. It's really him. He's back, Kuin Pengwuyu mumbled to himself. There was a hint of excitement in his tone. Yuan Venerate Devil Corpse? The female cultivator cried out involuntarily. Even the pitch of her voice had changed. She turned to look at Yuan Venerate Devil Corpse, and a look of extreme fear appeared on her face. This face was becoming more and more similar to the face that had appeared in her mind. When the 2 faces gradually matched, the female cultivator's body couldn't help but tremble violently. In the depths of the Wang family, 3 figures standing side by side were stunned. He is Yuan Venerate Devil Corpse. It looks like it, but Yuan Venerate Devil Corpse stayed in the 9 desolations. I only saw him from afar when the Dao Yen Immortal Lord suppressed him, so I'm not too sure. That's impossible. Yuan Venerate Devil Corpse has already been thrown into the immortal prison. His bones are probably rotten. How could he appear here? However, the cultivation of these guys is indeed very strong. The 3 of us aren't a match for them, even if we join forces. Fortunately, the news has already spread. It won't be long before the other side receives the news. We just need to delay for a while. Oh, my identity has been exposed. Yuan Venerate Devil Corpse rubbed his nose and looked at Ning Qi. When he saw Ning Qi nod slightly, he immediately grinned and disappeared on the spot. When he reappeared, he was holding 3 people tightly in his hands and throwing them at his feet. The auras of the 3 people were very weak. Their heads were already swollen, and they were coughing up large mouthfuls of blood. Their swollen eyes opened a slit as they looked at Yuan Venerate Devil Corpse in horror. They had originally wanted to delay for a while, but they had never expected that the other party would disregard the Dao Yen Immortal Lord behind them and attack them directly. Wasn't he a little too bold? Master! The female cultivator and the other cultivators around her exclaimed when they saw the 3 of them. Inspector! It's the 3 inspectors. The surrounding cultivators were dumbfounded as they watched this scene. In an instant, the scene became extremely quiet. Even the sound of breathing was so weak that it couldn't be heard. Dignified immortal king existences had been reduced to such a state in the blink of an eye before they had even seen anything? You. Who the hell are you? The 3 of us are immortal kings under the ultimate god. Don't make a mistake. One of them said with difficulty, Great Sage Xianzhen, how should we deal with these 3 people? Yuan Venerate Devil Corpse didn't ask for Ning Qi's opinion. Instead, he looked at Great Sage Xianzhen. Great Sage Xianzhen said expressionlessly, I heard that your cultivation technique requires essence, blood, to cultivate. I'll leave these 3 to you. If that's the case, many thanks. Chapter 2055. You Ting Immortal know. The 3 of them were horrified to find that the blood essence in their bodies was being continuously sucked away by a terrifying suction force. They panicked and cried out for mercy. Master, seeing the miserable state the 3 of them were in, their disciples were horrified, but they were still suppressed to the ground by the aura of the great sage Xianzhen and couldn't move. They could only watch helplessly as the 3 of them turned into dried corpses in front of everyone. Their deaths were hideous and terrifying, and their hands grabbed at the void as if they wanted to grab the last bit of hope left in the world. The surrounding cultivators were indescribably shocked when they saw the 3 immortal kings die in front of them. They had gotten used to living under the watchful eyes of the 3 supervisor envoys over the years. Now, the supervisor envoys, who had an extremely high status in their hearts and had an extremely powerful cultivation base, had been sucked dry by Yuan Venerate Devil Corpse like a dead dog. The shock they felt was immense. There's no need to keep these fellas. Please enjoy them, Yuan Venerate Devil Corpse. Great Sage Xuanjin glanced indifferently at the group of cultivators in front of him and said faintly, No, don't kill us. If you dare to kill us, the Divine Lord will not let you go. Ah! Shrill howls resounded. In an instant, all these cultivators had turned into dried corpses. At the same time, Yuan Venerate Slayer attacked as well. Along with a wave of shrill cries, all the cultivators from Dao Expansion Immortal City within the Wang family's territory perished. The spectating cultivators were horrified and regretful. If they had known this would happen, they would have left this place. Now that the people of the 3 inspectors were dead, they would seem guilty if they left now and might end up like the cultivators who had died at the hands of Yuan, Venerate Devil Corpse. Ning Qi had been observing the expression of the great sage of Xuanjin. His eyes occasionally showed a hint of thoughtfulness, and his brows were tangled. But it seemed that his memory had not loosened, and he could not remember what happened in the past. Perhaps the devil Chi had deeply invaded his sea of consciousness, changing his mind and memory. Deep down, the current great sage of Xuanjin was no longer the same person as before. Yuan, venerate Beixian. Are we going to kill our way into Dao Expansion Immortal City now? Or, Yuan, venerate Devil Corpse looked at Ning Qi with a hint of anticipation in his eyes. Since they will come to us, why do we need to make this trip? Let's just wait here. Ning Qi said lightly. Yuan, venerate Devil Corpse was a little disappointed. However, since Ning Qi had spoken, he had no choice but to listen. Then, led by Ning Qi, Xuanjin Great Sage, and the others flew toward the Patriarch's Hall, the only place in the Wang family that had not changed. The surrounding cultivators heaved a sigh of relief when they saw Ning Qi and the others leave. They looked at each other with some lingering fear before leaving the place one after another. Only a small number of cultivators stayed behind with curiosity and excitement in their eyes. These cultivators were usually very young. They had still been children when Ning Qi and the others had been suppressed. How could they not be excited when they saw the legendary rulers of the Xian True Immortal Realm? Great Sage Xianzhen and Yuan venerate Devil Corpse. More than half a month had passed since the 3 inspectors had been killed. During this time, cultivators kept rushing to the Wang family's ancestral city. Some of them wanted to pay their respects to Great Sage Xianzhen, while others wanted to see if the rumor that Yuan venerate Devil Corpse had come out of the immortal prison was true. The news of what had happened half a month ago had already swept through the entire Green Dragon continent like a plague. Everyone knew that the 3 inspectors sent by Dao Expansion Immortal City had died. When the great sages heard this news, they came out of seclusion and rushed to the Wang family's ancestral city. The 3 inspectors are dead? A huge battleship floated in the air, and a group of cultivators stood on it. The weakest among them was at the perfected Dharma plane, while the strongest had the aura of a 7 calamity creator. It was a beautiful woman with a slender waist. At this moment, she was listening to the news that her subordinates had received. After listening to the news, she looked in the direction of the Wang family's ancestral city with a hint of suspicion in her eyes. The 3 inspectors were killed by Yuan venerate Devil Corpse. Great Sage Xianzhen has returned to the Wang family's ancestral city? Do you think such a thing is possible? After a while, the woman said indifferently, Yuding Immortal King, none of the existences that have been suppressed in the immortal prison have been able to come out. If Yuan venerate Devil Corpse really came out, the immortal prison would definitely have received the news first. How could they have allowed him to come to the Green Dragon continent? I think it might be the remnants of the War God Hall, the Wang family, or the Blood Abyssal race who are using the names of Yuan venerate Devil Corpse and Great Sage Xianzhen to confuse us. Feng Yanwudo stepped forward and smiled. He looked at Yuding Immortal King with a hint of passion in his eyes that was hard to detect. Wu Wei looked at Feng Yanwudo with jealousy, but didn't say anything. After all, he wasn't qualified to speak in front of Yuding Immortal King. Sunset Autumn Cicada, who was standing beside Wu Wei, had a face in her mind when she heard the news. Her heart skipped a beat, but she quickly came back to her senses. Feng Yanwudo was right. How could an existence that was suppressed in the immortal prison by the Dao Yin Immortal Emperor return to the central continent? Yuding Immortal King, I think so too. However, there's no point in speculating here. Why don't we go and take a look and see who is so bold as to make a move on the inspectors sent by the Divine Venerate? A young cultivator whose appearance was not inferior to Feng Wudao and whose physique was even better said with a smile. Among the cultivators present, his aura was second only to Yuding Immortal King. He was already a 5 tribulation creator. Feng Wudao let out a cold harumph in his heart and returned to Twilight Autumn Cicada's side. Selfless true immortal is right. Yuding Immortal, the place we're going to pass by the Wang family's ancestral city. Since that thing has appeared, it won't disappear anytime soon. Why don't we take a look at the Wang family's ancestral city? The other cultivators agreed. Let's go and take a look then, Yuding Immortal King said faintly. A moment later, the battleship was suddenly ignited in flames, and its speed skyrocketed as it sped toward the Wang family's ancestral city like a meteor streaking across the sky, leaving a trail of flames behind. At the same time, the news sent by the 3 inspectors had also been received. Yuan venerate Devil Corpse? I want to see who dares to impersonate him. Chapter 2056. The 4 Directions Move. Chapter 2056 Inch. Are Great Sage Xianzhen and Yuan venerate Devil Corpse really in there? How could it be fake? You just arrived and didn't see the scene that day. TSK, the 3 great inspectors, existences that could smash us to death with a flick of their hands, were sucked dry by Yuan venerate Devil Corpse in the blink of an eye. In my opinion, the immortal prison isn't that impressive. Even Yuan venerate Devil Corpse could come out. Do you think it's possible that Yuan venerate Beishian came out as well? Shut up. How dare an early-stage Dharma characteristic realm weakling like you talk about the immortal prison? No one has been able to come out of the immortal prison since ancient times. Yuan venerate Devil Corpse couldn't, and neither can Yuan venerate Beishian. In a few days, you will find out what happens to those who pretend to be Yuan venerate Devil Corpse. In a restaurant half a street away from the Wang family's territory, cultivators were drinking and looking over at the Wang family's territory, occasionally expressing their opinions. However, a gloomy-looking young cultivator, sitting at a table by the window, snorted coldly when he heard the words, Northern Mystic Yuan venerate. The surrounding cultivators were enraged when they saw this. However, they quickly shut their mouths when they sensed the faint aura of the power of creation coming from this young cultivator. Because of the young cultivator, the noise in the restaurant was much quieter. Before long, a few more cultivators walked up to the second floor. They were both men and women. When their eyes fell on the young cultivator, their eyes lit up and they walked over to the table and sat down. Senior brother, we all rushed over after receiving the news. However, 9th junior brother has important matters to attend to, so he shouldn't be able to get here in time. The few of them looked at each other, then looked at the young cultivator and said calmly, It doesn't matter. The surviving member of the Wang family has appeared again. Rumor has it that he is Great Sage Xianzhen. If that's the case, we can avenge our master this time. The young cultivator said viciously. He didn't lower his voice or use voice transmission, so the cultivators in the restaurant could hear him clearly. Realization dawned on them. No wonder this person got angry when he heard about Yuan venerate Beishian. It turned out that he had a feud with Great Sage Xianzhen. That's right. Ning Beishian caused our master to end up like that. We will start with his patriarch this time. The young cultivators' junior brothers and sisters said coldly, What? Their master actually has a feud with Yuan venerate Beishian? All of the cultivators in the restaurant were shocked. They looked at these people with fear in their eyes. An entity that could become enemies with Yuan venerate Beishian was definitely no ordinary entity. The disciple of such an entity would at least be a 3 or 5 tribulation creator, right? That was already in existence, extremely close to the immortal king realm. When they thought up to here, many cultivators got up and left successively, and they didn't dare stay here any longer. Actually, they were wrong. None of the cultivators at the table had a cultivation lower than 7th tribulation. That young cultivator even exuded the aura of an 8th tribulation creator. However, to Dharma characteristic realm cultivators, it was very difficult to determine the young cultivator's true cultivation from this aura. Another few days passed. Father, Kuin Peng Wu Yu stood in front of Kuin Peng Great Sage and bowed respectfully. Is the news true? Kuin Peng Great Sage asked solemnly. Kuin Peng Wu Yu's lips moved slightly as he recounted everything he had seen and heard. At the same time, he also included his own speculations. Kuin Peng Great Sage was even more shocked. After a while, he hesitated. If your guess is right, I'm afraid it won't be long before Dao Yen, Celestial Lord, comes here again. When that time comes, a great battle will be inevitable. We can't stay in the Green Dragon mainland any longer. The Kuin Peng race should find a celestial dynasty to cultivate in seclusion. Why should we leave? The Green Dragon mainland is the birthplace of the Kuin Peng race. It is rumored that our patriarch came from outer space and landed here. If we give up so easily, how can we face our patriarch? Kuin Peng Wu shook his head. Over the years, his cultivation had gotten stronger and stronger. Gradually, he could already express his opinions without being scolded when communicating with Kuin Peng Great Sage. If we don't leave, I'm afraid we will be implicated. Kuin Peng Great Sage said faintly as he glanced at the Wang family. Father, haven't you thought about it? If my guess is correct, why did he come back? Why didn't he hide after coming back? Kuin Peng Wu's lips curled up slightly. You mean he feels that he has enough strength to fight against Dao Yen, Celestial Emperor? Kuin Peng Great Sage frowned slightly. After saying this, he felt that even he himself did not believe it. He shook his head and said with a determined look, "The entire Kuin Peng clan will retreat from the Azure Dragon continent, leaving only a few elders to guard the place. Over the years, strange phenomena have been occurring everywhere in the Azure Dragon continent, and things are constantly breaking out of the ground. Back then, a broken blade killed dozens of people in the realm of creation on the spot, and in the end, more than 10 immortal kings appeared to suppress it. As time goes on, I'm afraid that these strange phenomena will increase. I've been cultivating for so long, but I still can't take that step." After a pause, Kuin Peng Great Sage looked at Kuin Peng Wu seriously. "But you can't die. You are the one who has the highest chance of reaching the creation realm in this generation of our Kuin Peng race. Father, please don't worry. When this matter is over, I will leave the Green Dragon mainland. But before I confirm that person's identity, I will not leave the Wang family's ancestral city." Kuin Peng Wu said. Sigh. Kuin Peng Great Sage sighed and felt slightly emotional. My child has grown up and is no longer listening to me. Just when he was about to say something, their gazes passed through the window and noticed an extremely huge shadow on the ground. This is... Kuin Peng Wu looked up with a serious expression. He saw an extremely huge warship floating in the sky above the Wang family's ancestral city. He could faintly see over 10 figures standing on the deck of the warship, and they were looking down at the Wang family's ancestral city coldly. Their gazes were like gods looking down at ants. All of them are creators, and they are not weak. Looks like Dao Yen, Celestial City, has made a move. Kuin Peng Great Sage's expression became more and more complicated. He was originally unwilling to come here, but when he heard from his subordinates that Kuin Peng Wu was in the Wang family's ancestral city, he personally made a trip and wanted to bring Kuin Peng Wu away. But obviously, Kuin Peng Wu was unwilling to leave. People from Dao Yen, Celestial City, have come. I wonder if there will be a fight later. In the Wang family's ancestral city, the cultivators raised their heads to look at the warship, and their expressions gradually became serious. Immortal King Yu Ting has come as well? A wisp of pleasant surprise flashed in the eyes of the young cultivator, who emitted the aura of an 8 tribulation creator when he saw the warship. Chapter 2057. I'll make a trip first. Chapter 2058. Chapter 2058. Chapter 2058, A Punch. In fact, Feng Yunwudo's calculations were very good. Even if there was any danger inside, he was sure the Yuding Immortal King would not leave him in the lurch because he was favored by the Divine Venerate. If there was no danger, he could display a fearless spirit in front of Yuding Immortal King and win her favor, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Unfortunately, no matter how good his calculations were, sometimes going too far was as bad as not going far enough. When the time came, the abacus would fall apart, and all the beads would fall to the ground. For example, Fong Yunwudo was currently in such a situation. He stared dumbfoundedly at the figures in front of him, and then at Yuan Venerate Devil Corpse with extreme fear in his eyes. You! That day, when Dao Yen Immortal Emperor had suppressed Ning Qi and the others, he had stood at the front because of his relationship with Meng Tianshu. Not only had he mocked Ning Qi, but he had also memorized the appearances of Yuan Venerate Devil Corpse and Yuan Venerate Immortal Slayer. Now, the person in front of him looked exactly like Yuan Venerate Devil Corpse, so he could not help but be frightened. Fong Yunwudo really wanted to turn around and send a signal to Yuding Immortal King and the others, but he did not dare move. Several suffocating spirit consciousnesses were scanning his body like devils entering a village. What about you? I heard everything you said just now. Who are you saying is deliberately mystifying things? Don't think that anyone will come to save you. They can't see us. Yuan Venerate Devil Corpse smiled. They can't see us. Fong Yunwudo's face was ashen. Yuan Venerate Devil Corpse was not lying. The cultivators outside could not see them. Fong Yunwudo's figure had suddenly disappeared as soon as he entered the Wang family's territory. Where is he? There's something strange inside. Yuding Immortal King's expression changed. Selfless True Immortal suggested, wait a little longer and see what exactly is going on. It might just be a smokescreen to confuse people. Then let's wait a little longer. Fu, he nodded faintly. Wu Wei had a suspicious look on his face as he subconsciously glanced at Sunset Autumn Cicada. However, he realized that Sunset Autumn Cicada did not seem worried about Fong Yunwudo at all. The corners of his lips curled up as he turned to look at the Wang family's territory. You look exactly like Yuan Venerate Demonic Corpse, but you're definitely not Yuan Venerate Demonic Corpse. Who exactly are you people? Why are you acting all mysterious? Aren't you afraid that the Divine Venerate will send Yuan Venerate entities to destroy your souls? Wind Cloud Wudao tried his best to calm himself down. Then he let out a cold laugh. The threat in his words was extremely obvious. What about me? Yuan Venerate, Slayer Immortal said indifferently. Fong Yunwudo was taken aback and scoffed. You do look like Yuan Venerate Immortal Slayer, but you are also in disguise. Yuan Venerate Immortal Slayer exchanged a glance with Yuan Venerate Devil Corpse before shaking his head with a smile. If they are in disguise, then I am also in disguise. Ning Qi looked at Driftless Cloud with a faint smile. Wind Cloud Wudao was stunned for a moment. Ning Qi's 5-meter-tall body made him think that he was just a bodyguard. He didn't expect Ning Qi to suddenly speak. You are... Fong Wudao scanned Ning Qi from head to toe, then burst into laughter. You're pretending to be Ning Beixian? Ha ha ha! What a joke! How could Ning Beixian be as tall as you? Do you remember when I said that I would give you a punch when I came out of the immortal prison? Ning Qi said softly. Fong Yunwudo's smile gradually froze. A look of disbelief appeared on his face as his body started to tremble uncontrollably. Of course, he remembered these words. Moreover, he remembered them clearly. Ning Qi had said these words through voice transmission. Besides him and Ning Qi, it was impossible for a third person to know these words. Thinking up to this point, Fong Yunwudo felt his legs go soft, and all his strength left him. With a thud, he knelt on the ground. But in the next moment, he immediately reacted and bounced up from the ground. With a fierce roar, he turned around and fled. Where are you going? Didn't I say that I would give you a punch? I always keep my word. Ning Qi's abrupt appearance in front of Fong Yunwudo scared him to the point where he waved his hand to strike. However, his attack couldn't even leave a white mark on Ning Qi's body. It was as if a 3-year-old urchin was using his own fist to pound on the incomparably sturdy chest of a strong man. Bang! Ning Qi landed a light punch on Fong Yunwudo's stomach. His control of strength had reached the acme of perfection. Fong Yunwudo didn't explode on the spot. Instead, he spat out a mouthful of bitter saliva and flew into the air before crashing to the ground. Currently, the difference between Ning Chi's strength and a second tribulation creator's was like an atomic bomb and a pistol. There was no comparison at all. However, Ning Chi was able to injure Feng Yunwudo without killing him. Even the third Ming prince couldn't help but admire him. He had rehearsed this many times in his mind. How could he make the ant in front of him feel pain without killing him? Unfortunately, every time he practiced, he felt like he only needed to flick his little finger and the ant would die. The third Ming prince was a little embarrassed. He didn't expect Ning Chi's control of strength to be so much better than his. Impossible, you're not him. He's in the immortal prison. He's already dead. Feng Yunwudo used both his hands and feet to crawl up from the ground. He once again tried to rush out of this place and escape. He felt an unprecedented fear. This feeling, ever since he was favored by the hierarch, he had never felt this way. Did I say you could leave? Ning Chi moved slightly and reappeared before Feng Yunwudo. He landed another punch on Feng Yunwudo's stomach. Blarg! Feng Yunwudo vomited everything he had eaten in the past few days. His body arched like a cooked prawn. Didn't you say you would only punch me once? Feng Yunwudo raised his head with difficulty. It's a punch. Looking at his own fist, Ning Chi chuckled and sent another punch into Wind Cloud Wudao's stomach. Yub! Feng Yunwudo stared at Ning Chi in disbelief. One punch. One punch. One punch. Feng Yunwudo was completely helpless against Ning Chi's punch. No matter what he did, he couldn't stop Ning Chi's punch. Even his creation domain was shattered by Ning Chi's punch. Yet, the punch wasn't enough to kill him. It only caused him excruciating pain. Just kill me. Feng Yunwudo howled in agony. He only hoped that Yuding Immortal Monarch and the others could hear him. Stop howling. They can't possibly hear you. Even if they hear you, can they save you? Yuan Venerate Devil Corpse said. Chapter 2059. Getting hit for the second time. Do you know your mistakes now? Ning Chi looked at Feng Yunwudo with a gratified expression, as though he was a senior who saw his junior deeply recognize his mistakes. Yes, I know my mistakes now. Feng Yunwudo looked hopeful. He knew that Ning Chi had some friendship with the Twilight Autumn Cicada, so he might be able to escape with his life today. Then I'll forgive you. Ning Chi smiled. Yuan Venerate Devil Corpse and the others looked at Ning Chi in shock. As far as they knew, given Ning Chi's temperament, how could he forgive this fellow? Thank you, Yuan Venerate Bei Xian. Feng Yunwudo was ecstatic, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. As long as he could leave this place alive, he would definitely send the news back to Tao Evolution, Celestial City immediately. Then, the Tao Evolution Celestial Emperor would attack again and suppress all these fellows. Don't thank me. That punch was just an appetizer. Since you know your mistakes, I'll go straight to the main course. Ning Chi smiled. What? Feng Yunwudo looked at Ning Chi in shock. Divine grace. Ning Chi gave a light shout and slapped Feng Yunwudo's head. Reverse reincarnation. Eternal emptiness. Feng Yunwudo seemed to have fallen into a time vortex, and his body shrank at a speed visible to the naked eye. Just as his memory was about to dissipate, Feng Yunwudo roared at Ning Chi in grief and indignation. Ning Beixian, you're shameless! Damn it. He had finally broken through to the second tribulation creator level with the help of the divine venerate, but it was going to be burned again. Feng Yunwudo hated Ning Chi to the core, including this time. This was already the second time he had been hit. Shameless? If I had known, I would have let you suffer more. Ning Chi smiled. Not long after, a chubby baby appeared in front of everyone. He looked at Ning Chi and the others with an innocent expression. Then he opened his mouth and burst into tears. His voice was loud and clear, full of energy. It's that divine ability again. Yuan Venerate Devil Corpse and Yuan Venerate Immortal Slayer were envious when they saw this. Ning Qi had used this mystic ability to turn Yuan Venerate Deer Swallower into a 7-colored deer in the past. Although the lethality of this mystic ability wasn't too great, its ability to change time left the two of them in the dust. None of the mystic abilities they knew could compare to the mystic ability Ning Qi had displayed. Profound, Truth Great Sage and Gu Miaoxian were both dumbstruck. The former had lost his memories, while the latter had never seen Ning Qi use the immortal race's first-level divine ability, divine grace. Seeing a living person being beaten into an urchin with their own eyes was truly a shocking sight to behold. Yuan Venerate Beixian, how should we deal with this kid? Why don't we just kill him? Yuan Venerate Devil Corpse pointed at Feng Yunwudo. Feng Yunwudo looked like a 1-year-old toddler. He didn't react when Yuan Venerate Devil Corpse said that he wanted to kill him. All he did was bawl. What's the point of killing him? I want to see what he will become in the future. Ning Qi smiled. Yuan Venerate Devil Corpse smirked, as if he understood what Ning Qi meant. Something's not right. Feng Yunwudo hasn't come out after so long. Could something have happened to him? Why don't we go in and take a look? I think we should wait a little longer. Selfless True Immortal smiled. Yuding Immortal Monarch didn't listen to his opinion this time. After all, Feng Yunwudo was related to the divine Venerate. If something happened to him there, she wouldn't be able to explain herself. Yuding Immortal Monarch glanced at Fu He. He had been paying attention to Yuding Immortal Monarch's every move. When he saw Yuding Immortal Monarch look at him, he immediately understood and said to the 5th junior sister, "5th junior sister, go and take a look." Why doesn't she go by herself? The 5th junior sister grumbled in her heart, but she still obediently flew towards the Wang family's territory. Another 2 hours passed, and there was no movement from the 5th junior sister. It was as if she had disappeared along with Feng Wudao. Even the cultivators in the Wang family's ancestral city felt that something was amiss. Fu He's junior brother and junior sister turned pale. One of them immediately said, "Eldest senior brother, something might have happened to the 5th junior sister. Let's go in together." He looked at Fu He with a hint of reproach. "Yuding, I'll be back soon." Fu He smiled at Yuding Immortal Monarch, then glanced at his junior brother and junior sister. "You guys stay here. I alone am enough." Fu He's junior brother and junior sister were obviously very confident in Fu He. They nodded and watched as Fu He flew into the sky and flew into the Wang family's territory. After Fu He left, there was no more news. Everyone stood on the battleship and waited from day to night, then from night to day. For a whole day and night, Fu He didn't show up again. At this point, even the stupidest person knew what had happened. Why hasn't senior brother come out yet? There's no movement from 5th senior sister either. Fu He's junior brother and junior sister were a little anxious. Great Sage Xianzhen and the others didn't leave. They're waiting for these guys to come and test us one by one so that they can take them down in one go? Yes, it's very likely that's the case. The 3 creators disappeared without a sound. Not even a scream was heard. I'm afraid they're dead. Hiss! Everyone looked at each other and gasped. It seemed that Great Sage Xianzhen had already made it clear that he wanted to be irreconcilable with Dao Yan's Celestial Emperor. "Father, what do you think?" Kuan Pengwu, you looked at Great Sage Kuan Peng with a faint smile. Great Sage Kuan Peng frowned and looked in the direction of the Wang family's territory. A trace of suspicion rose in his heart. Could it be that his son had guessed all this correctly? On the battleship, Fu He's junior brother and junior sister were already a little impatient. However, they knew that their cultivation levels were much lower than Fu He's. If even Fu He was affected, they would probably end up the same if they entered the Wang family's territory. Therefore, they all looked at Immortal Monarch Yuting. At this moment, she was the one with the highest cultivation level among everyone. Senior inside, I wonder if you can show yourself? Immortal monarch Yu Ting looked at the Wang family's territory and opened her red lips. Her voice spread throughout the Wang family's ancestral city under the influence of the power of creation. Everyone could hear her clearly, but it didn't seem abrupt. Silence. There was no movement in the Wang family's territory. It was as if the wind had stopped. The leaves inside were motionless, and there were no birds or insects. When the cultivators noticed this scene, they could already conclude that the Wang family's territory had become a killing formation. Since Senior is unwilling to meet me, I will wait here. Chapter 2060. You have 5 breaths. Chapter 2061. Who was the one who unleashed this attack? Cultivators below the Transcendence realm in the Wang clan's ancestral city spat out a mouthful of blood due to the impact of the voice that contained the power of creation. Their faces turned deathly pale. Although the Transcendence realm cultivators were not as miserable, their minds were still shaken by the voice. Their blood and qi surged continuously as they looked at Immortal King Li Tian and Immortal King Kun Peng with fear. This is the power of an immortal king. Just the voice of an immortal king is enough to kill us. It's too terrifying. How can a human cultivate to this level? How mysterious is the creation realm? If I can touch this realm in my life, I will die without regrets. Kun Peng Great Sage and Immortal King Kun Peng didn't look too good either. However, they were not ordinary Transcendence realm cultivators. In just 3 breaths' time, their surging blood and qi had calmed down. 5 breaths' time is up. Since you're not willing to come out then, Immortal Emperor Li Tian's lips curled into a hideous grin. He slowly raised his right hand, and a vortex made of the power of creation began to rumble in his hand. The aura it emitted was utterly terrifying. Even the cultivators a few hundred zhang away were almost suffocated by the aura and were unable to breathe. Oh no, not only is he going to destroy the Wang clan, but we will also be annihilated with this move. Run. Exclamations came from the crowd as figures soared into the sky and fled out of the Wang clan's ancestral city in a panic. Immortal King Qian Yuan's eyes flashed with a hint of mockery when he saw this. Such existences were no different from ants in their eyes. It didn't matter how many of them died. If it was necessary, it didn't matter even if the entire Azure Dragon continent was wiped out. Immortal King Li Tian is... Immortal King Yuding frowned slightly. She gently waved her hand, and a light screen rose from the battleship and enveloped the entire battleship. Oh no! Eldest senior brother is still inside. Will Immortal King Li Tian's attack hurt eldest senior brother? That won't happen. Big senior brother is also an 8 tribulation creator. Although this kind of attack can destroy the city, it's nothing to him. 5th junior sister is also protected by him, so she'll be fine. I also want to see at this time whether the rats hiding in the Wang family's territory will still be a turtle hiding in its shell. The 2 of you, Feng Wudao, whom the divinity favors, is also inside. If he dies, I'm afraid the divinity will not be pleased. Yuding Immortal King transmitted her voice. Wu Wei looked at this scene with a faint smile. He wasn't anxious at all, but a hint of hesitation flashed through Sunset Autumn Cicada's eyes. Feng Yun Wudao was her husband, and the 2 of them should have had feelings for each other. However, over the years, she felt that Feng Yun Wudao had become more and more distant, especially after he gained the hierarch's favor and broke through to become a 2nd tribulation creator. Feng Yun Wudao had never taken her words to heart and was extremely cold to her. Should I be worried about him? Sunset Autumn Cicada asked herself, and the correct answer was yes. But Sunset Autumn Cicada knew that she wasn't worried about Drifting Cloud at all. It was as if the person in the Wang family's territory was a stranger and not her husband. Drifting Cloud? Ha ha! Yuding Immortal King. Do you think someone who impersonates Yuan Venerate Devil Corpse or Drifting Cloud is more important? Everyone knows that Yuan Venerate Devil Corpse conspired with Ning Beixian to seize the central continent. The divinity already hates them to the core. Whoever dares to impersonate Yuan Venerate Devil Corpse and cause trouble for the divinity will naturally be killed one by one. Don't worry, the divinity will not blame us for this. Heaven Essence, Immortal King, smiled faintly. Then his gaze landed on Immortal King Li Tian, and he nodded slightly. Immortal King Li Tian's eyes flashed with a trace of malevolence when he saw this, and he was about to throw the ball of air condensed from the power of creation toward the Wang family's territory. At the same time, a large number of cultivators had already escaped from the Wang family's ancestral city, but it was too late for even more cultivators. They could only use their various defensive methods and look at the ball of air in Immortal King Li Tian's hand with trepidation, praying in their hearts that they wouldn't be destroyed by the aftermath. At this critical moment, a blade aura suddenly tore through the air from the Wang family's territory and swept past Immortal King Li Tian and Heaven Essence, Immortal King, in the blink of an eye. After this blade aura passed through the two of them, it continued to extend for hundreds of feet and almost touched the battleship that Immortal King Li Tian and the others were on before gradually disappearing. A pitch-black blade mark was left in the void. This was the phenomenon of the void being sliced into pieces. Under normal circumstances, given the void's self-recovery ability, such a phenomenon would only last for 3 to 5 breaths at most before automatically disappearing. However, at this moment, the shattered void was still there even after everyone stood there in a daze for a dozen breaths. What happened? The cultivators who had escaped from the Wang family's ancestral city stood in the void and stared in shock. The cultivators who couldn't escape in time were also immersed in shock and couldn't react for a long time. This is Great Sage Kuin Peng subconsciously glanced at Kuin Pengwu and then at the Wang family's territory with a hint of shock in his eyes. It's him. This aura is definitely his. Kuin Pengu's eyes flickered with excitement. He couldn't help but clench his fists tightly. He was certain that the aura of this blade aura was exactly the same as when that person had broken through to the Transcendence realm and slaughtered all the Transcendence realm cultivators. The only difference was that the current blade aura was countless times stronger than before. Immortal King Yuting, this / true immortal, selfless true immortal, and the other perfected immortals, looked at Immortal King Li Tian with great astonishment. Before Immortal King Li Tian could speak, the mass of air in Immortal King Li Tian's hand gradually disappeared. His face revealed a hint of unwillingness. At this moment, everyone could clearly see 2 faint lines of blood appearing on the necks of the 2 cultivators. The lines of blood grew thicker as blood seeped out continuously. Subsequently, the 2 cultivators' heads drooped to the left and right and fell from the sky. Their headless bodies could no longer stand in the void after losing control of their heads. They fell to the ground together with their heads. Bang, bang! 2 loud noises were heard. Immortal Emperor Li Tian and Immortal Emperor Qin Yuan, who were insufferably arrogant and were ready to destroy the entire Wang clan's ancestral city, were now lying on the ground without making a sound. Their heads were only 7 to 8 zhang away from their corpses. Their eyes were wide open, as if they wanted to see who did the slash before they died. Who on earth slashed out with this saber? Chapter 2062. Chapter 2062. Chapter 2062. Runaway Immortal. Immortal King Li Tian and the others are dead? He's probably dead. There's no sign of life at all. On the battleship, Selfless True Immortal and the others looked at each other. Then they used their divine sense to scan the 2 corpses. In the end, they were certain that they were dead. A trace of fear appeared on their faces. A dignified 8 Tribulation creator was killed in front of everyone with a single slash. Most importantly, they did not see the person who did it. This point was enough to explain everything. There were indeed 9 Tribulation Masters of Creation in the Wang family's territory. Could it really be Yuan Venerate Devil Corpse? Everyone, including Immortal Monarch Yuting, had a hint of fear in their eyes. Immortal monarch Yu Ting quickly controlled the battleship. The gigantic battleship rapidly retreated before the eyes of the cultivators in the Wang clan's ancestral city. Then the battleship turned around and disappeared into the horizon like a shooting star. Ran away? The cultivators in the ancestral city stared at this scene with their mouths agape. Then they all cast fearful glances at the Wang family. Meanwhile, many cultivators under the command of Dao Development Immortal City were still hiding amongst the cultivators of the Wang clan's ancestral city. They felt that their identities hadn't been exposed, so they didn't flee with Immortal King Yu Ting and the others. They were extremely shocked that Immortal King Li Tian and Immortal King Yu Ting had been killed with a single strike, but at the same time they wanted to confirm exactly who was within the Wang clan's grounds. Let's break it up. During this period of time, let's not contact each other and do what we should do. Let's observe in secret first. Yes. Father, how is it? Who do you think is capable of executing that slash? Kunpeng Wuyu looked at Kunpeng Great Sage and smiled. Immortal King Li Tian and Immortal King Qian Yuan are 8 tribulation creation masters. The other party must be a 9 tribulation creation master to be able to kill them so cleanly. I heard that Yuan Venerate Beixian has a close relationship with Venerate Shi Lu of the blood puppet race. Could she be the one who attacked? Kunpeng Great Sage said solemnly. Kunpeng Wu Yu was slightly stunned. There was indeed a female cultivator in Ning Qi's group, and he couldn't see through her cultivation. She must be in the creation realm. But if Venerable Snake, Music, and Venerable Python were to make a move, why would he wait until today? With her abilities, I'm afraid she can't even defeat an ultimate god. How dare she kill an ultimate god's left and right guardians? Kunpeng Wu Yu smiled. Kunpeng Great Sage was lost in thought for a while. Perhaps his son's guess was right. Was that person really back? However, this was simply too unbelievable. An existence that had been suppressed in the immortal prison could actually leave the immortal prison? Ever since the great sage Kunpeng knew about the existence of the immortal prison, he had subconsciously inquired about it. He also knew that many 9 tribulations, masters of creation, had been suppressed in the immortal prison by the Dao Yen Celestial Emperor for hundreds of thousands of years, or even millions of years, but no one had ever walked out of the immortal prison. Father, I have a suggestion. Kunpeng Wu Yu smiled. What suggestion? The Kunpeng Great Sage was slightly taken aback. The next moment, his expression changed greatly because Kunpeng Wu Yu had already flown out of the window, heading straight for the Wang family's broken gate. This child. It was too late for Kunpeng Great Sage to stop him. He stared at Kunpeng Wu Yu's back with a livid face, sighed in his heart, and flew after him. Who are those 2? Why would he still dare to go to the Wang clan's territory? Aren't they afraid of death? Why do they look so familiar? Let me think. Many cultivators fell into deep thought when they saw Kunpeng Great Sage and Kunpeng Wu Yu. Not long after, a cultivator gasped and said, It's Kunpeng Great Sage and Kunpeng Wu Yu. I didn't expect the 2 of them to come too. At this moment, Kunpeng Wu Yu had already walked to the main entrance. He swept his gaze around and found the broken vermilion door among the ruins. Then, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Kunpeng Wu Yu knocked on the door a few times and stood there silently. Kunpeng Great Sage walked over to Kunpeng Wu Yu and sent a voice transmission. Why are you so reckless? If today's incident spreads, the Dao Yen Celestial Emperor will definitely think that the Kunpeng race has something to do with them. Father, this might be the opportunity for the Kunpeng race to rise again. If we don't take sides now, when will we? Kunpeng Wu Yu smiled. Even if the North Mystic Yuan Venerate returns, do you really think that the Dao Yen Celestial Emperor will not be able to suppress him again? Kunpeng Great Sage's expression was a little ugly. Yes, this is my intuition. Kunpeng Wu Yu nodded. The surrounding cultivators had a strange look on their faces when they saw Kuan Peng Wuyu's actions. What was the purpose of knocking on the gate a few times? However, they immediately knew what Kuan Peng Wuyu's objective was. A figure suddenly appeared in front of the two of them and glanced at them coldly. "Follow me." After saying that, he turned around and left. "Damn it. How can you make me do something that only servants do?" The third Prince Ming thought to himself unwillingly as his face turned cold. Kuan Peng Wuyu glanced at Kuan Peng Great Sage and followed. Kuan Peng Great Sage hesitated for 3 breaths before following. All the cultivators gasped when they saw this. Was Kuan Peng Wuyu crazy? No matter how strong the person inside was, or whether he was Yuan Venerate Devil Corpse, he was just an ant to the Dao Yen Celestial Emperor who could suppress him at any time. Wouldn't it be telling the world that the Kuan Peng race had a good relationship with the Wang family if they still went to the Wang family? What do you guys think? What else can we think? On the second floor of a restaurant, the Great Sage of Middle Land looked at Green Abyss Great Sage and the others. Other than Basha Great Sage, Proud Dragon Great Sage, Pierce Sun Great Sage, Kuan Peng Great Sage, and Xuanjin Great Sage, the other 2 sages were all present. Plus, there was one more person. It was Glass Dragon Great Sage. All 3 of them had seen the actions of Kuan Peng Great Sage and Xuanjin Great Sage, but they couldn't understand. Shouldn't they seek luck and avoid danger? Why did the 2 of them plunge into this muddy water? Why don't we go and take a look? Green Abyss Great Sage suggested. No, Glass Dragon Great Sage shook his head. He had finally regained his freedom and didn't want to be suppressed again after a few thousand years. Let's take a look. The Great Sage of Middle Land suggested. He had a good relationship with Xuanjin Great Sage. If he didn't have to worry about the Dao Yen Celestial Emperor, he would definitely go to the Wang family to take a look. It's really Xuanjin Great Sage, led by 3rd Ming Prince, Kuan Peng Great Sage saw Ningqi and the others. His eyes were first attracted by Xuanjin Great Sage, but Kuan Peng Yu looked at Ningqi with a smile and bowed respectfully. You know me? Xuanjin Great Sage was slightly taken aback. Huh. Kuan Peng Great Sage was stunned. It seemed like Xuanjin Great Sage didn't know him. This is Kuan Peng Great Sage, one of the 7 sages here along with you. Chapter 2063. Chapter 2063. Chapter 2063. Fish in the Northern Sea, friend or foe? Xuanjin Great Sage said. The faint pressure from his body made Kuan Peng Great Sage shudder with fear. A trace of envy flashed in the depths of his eyes. Xuanjin Great Sage, whose cultivation was almost the same as his, had actually reached this level in just a few thousand years. However, why did the Great Sage Xianzhen's memories seem to have disappeared? He couldn't even tell if he was a friend or foe. It's a friend, a friend. Great Sage Kuan Peng smiled sheepishly. Xuanjin Great Sage smiled when he heard this. He stepped forward and hugged Kuan Peng Great Sage. He said, I'm sorry, there's something wrong with my memory. I can't remember you, but it's okay. Since I'm back, we can spend time together. Kuan Peng Great Sage was a little stunned by Xuanjin Great Sage's behavior. How could a person who used to be so cold become like this? Rock Wuyu, we haven't seen each other for a long time, right? I remember that you tried to kill me back then. Ningqi looked at Kuan Peng Wuyu with a smile and said, Yuan, Venerate Beishian, still remember such a thing? Kuan Peng Wuyu laughed. This guy had tried to kill him before? The way the 3rd prince looked at Kuan Peng Wuyu suddenly changed. Even though Kuan Peng Wuyu's current cultivation base was no different from an ant in his eyes, he decided to have a good talk with Kuan Peng Wuyu about how he hunted Ningqi back then so that he could vent his anger. However, when I broke through to the Transcendence realm, you were the only one who didn't make a move. I really admire you for that. Ningqi smiled. Kun Pengwu smiled upon hearing this. Yuan venerate Beishian didn't kill me back then because of this, right? What else do you think? You almost killed me. Ningqi laughed. Kun Peng Great Sage was horrified. He shot a look at Kun Pengwu, trying to tell him not to continue this topic. What if the North Mystic Yuan Venerate got angry and killed the two of them? Almost killed him? The third Ming prince's eyes lit up as he looked at Kun Pengwu with a gentler look. However, on second thought, if Kun Pengwu had killed this damned fella, perhaps he wouldn't be enslaved today. A trace of pity flashed in the third Ming prince's eyes. All right, let's not talk about this anymore. Is there anything that the two of you need help with? Ningqi smiled. Kun Peng Great Sage heaved a sigh of relief. He then looked at Kun Pengwu, unsure of what his son was thinking. Stand in line, Kun Pengwu said. Pick a side? Ningqi looked at Kun Pengwu with a faint smile. That's right. Since Yuan Venerate Beishian was willing to accept the blood puppet race, he should be able to accept the Kunpeng race, right? Even though the Rock clan doesn't have a creator stage cultivator for the time being. In terms of bloodline, the Rock clan's bloodline is nobler than the blood puppet clans. When our ancestor flew here from the Celestial clan's mainland, his strength was definitely not weaker than the Dao Yan Celestial Emperor. However, as time passed, the Rock clan gradually declined. Kun Pengwu said. This child, Kun Peng Great Sage, stared at Kun Pengwu in bewilderment. He actually wanted to lead his entire clan and rely on Ningqi? Wasn't this clearly making an enemy out of the Dao Yan Celestial Emperor? Flew from the Celestial clan's mainland. Yuan Venerate Immortal Slayer and Yuan Venerate Devil Corpse exchanged a glance and saw a flash of doubt in each other's eyes. A clan that didn't even have a creator stage cultivator was claiming to be from the Celestial clan's mainland? That didn't seem too believable, right? Unlike the two of them, Gu Miaoxian and the third Ming prince's expressions changed even more. After all, the Celestial clan's mainland was a taboo in the immortal incarcerate. Gu Miaoxian was a little better, as she didn't have access to too many confidential matters. She only knew that there was an existence that was completely opposed to the immortal incarcerate. However, the third Ming prince was looking at Kun Pengwu with an extremely shocked expression. When most of the demon race in the immortal incarcerate had thought that the Mirage Sea tribe's Great War of Immortals performance was fake, he had already learned from his father, the Dark Serpent Monarch, that this had really happened. There had indeed been such a battle in ancient times. The reason why there were so few sky demon existences was most likely because of this great war of immortals and demons. Therefore, when the third Ming prince heard Kun Pengwu say that he was from the Celestial clan's mainland, his entire aura became unusual. His breathing became even louder than usual, and he didn't even realize it. Yuan Venerate Beishian, you don't believe me? Kun Pengwu looked at Ningqi. There was a fish in the Northern Ocean called the Kun. The Kun was so huge that it was thousands of miles long. It transformed into a bird called the Prong. The Peng was so huge that it was thousands of miles long. When it flew, its wings were like the clouds in the sky. Ningqi looked at Kun Pengwu with a faint smile on his lips. He told them everything he knew about Kun Peng recorded in the Carefree Roaming Manual. Gradually, Kun Pengwu and Great Sage Kun Peng were shocked. They looked at Ningqi in disbelief. How does he know so much about the Kun Peng race? The Great Sage Kun Peng was shocked. Even the perfected immortals, immortal kings, and Yuan venerates of the Central Continent had never known that the true form of the Kun Peng race could change between a fish and a bird. This was a rule passed down by their patriarch. The Kun Peng race could only transform into a bird and were not allowed to reveal their fish forms. Otherwise, they would be annihilated. Every member of the Kun Peng race followed this rule. Even if they died in battle in front of their enemies, they would never let anyone know their true form. If my guess is right, the patriarch of your race should be a well-known figure even in the Celestial clan. Ning Qi smiled. Yuan venerate Beixian. You know the origin of our race? Kun Pengwu stared at Ning Qi in shock. I know a little. Ning Qi smiled. Yuan venerate Slayer and Yuan venerate Devil Corpse exchanged a surprised glance. It seemed like the Kun Peng race really came from the Celestial clan. I wonder if Yuan venerate Beixian. Kun Pengwu was pleasantly surprised. He had never expected to receive such a pleasant surprise today. He really wanted to know what the Kun Peng race was like in the Celestial clan. This is all I know. I don't know anything else. If you want to know, you can personally head to the Celestial clan in the future. Ning Qi smiled. Are you sure you want to bring the Kun Peng race under my command? Yes. Chapter 2064. Stepmother the Great Sage Kun Peng left. But his objective was to bring the entire Rock clan to the Wang clan's ancestral city, because he was afraid that Dao Development Immortal City would send others to annihilate them when they found out about this. The great sage Kun Peng was careful, and he asked a few geniuses of the clan that were rather talented to leave the Azure Dragon Continent and conceal their identities. He didn't allow them to show themselves for 100 years. As for the enmity between Ning Qi and the Daoyan Immortal Emperor, he believed that 100 years would be enough to determine the victor. At that time, if Ning Qi were to lose, they would undoubtedly die, but if a few of their clansmen survived, they would still not be exterminated. Fengcun Mountain. The War God Temple, the Wang family, and the Blood Abyssal race had been in Fengcun Mountain for decades and were very familiar with each other. Every time someone left Fengcun Mountain to train, it was basically one person from the War God Temple, one person from the Wang family, and one person from the Blood Abyssal race. Every time Dongfang Haojia opened the passage, there would be at least 100 such teams going out to train. In order to avoid exposing the existence of Fengcun Mountain, these teams could not return to Fengcun Mountain, regardless of whether they were alive or dead. They had to hide their identities and live on under another identity. They had to blend into the various celestial dynasties and pass on information for Fengcun Mountain. However, there were also exceptions. For example, existences like Little Yu, and Zhuoling, could freely enter and exit Fengcun Mountain with the help of Dongfang Haojia. This was because Dongfang Haojia knew that unless a Yuan Venerate made a move, an ordinary Nine Tribulation creator wouldn't be able to suppress them. Taking a step back, even if they were to be suppressed, they would definitely not reveal the existence of Fengcun Mountain. At this moment, in the War God Temple, the current head of the Wang family, Wang Lin, and his wife, the head of the War God Temple, Dongfang Haojia, the Blood Abyssal race, and Venerable Shilu were all sitting in the hall. They had received a piece of news that was so important that they had to hold a meeting. However, everyone seemed to be waiting for someone. Not long after, the sacred concubine brought Little Yu, Zhuoling, Feng Qin, and Feng Shu into the hall. Madam Temple Master is here. Dongfang Haojia smiled. Cold Sky Saintess smiled at the crowd, nodded, and then sat down in the seat next to Fei Yuding. According to the news from the disciples outside, Yuan Venerate Devil Corpse and Great Sage Xianjin have appeared together in the Wang family's ancestral city. Do all of you think that this news was intentionally spread by the Dao Expansion Immortal City to lure us in? Dongfang Haojia said with a solemn expression. There was a hint of shock in Wang Lin and Wang Lin's eyes. They had been in closed-door cultivation for many years, and when they heard that Great Sage Xianjin had reappeared, they were shocked. At the same time, there was a flash of joy in their eyes. Whether this news was true or false, there was finally some hope. I think the Dao Development Immortal City has already noticed that the disciples of our 3 clans have changed their names and snuck into the various immortal dynasties, and this piece of news is used to draw us in. Venerable, Sheila said faintly. She was a 9 Tribulations master of creation, and her cultivation was much stronger than the 9 Serenities demon lord, so her words were naturally taken seriously. Madam Hall Master, what do you think? Dongfang Haojia looked at sacred concubine Cold Sky. Let Fong Qin and Fong Shu make a trip. They know you and their cultivation levels aren't high, so they won't attract attention. Also, the spies of the Dao Development Immortal City shouldn't be able to recognize them. Sacred Concubine Cold Sky smiled. That's good too. Dongfang Haojie nodded. At this moment, a figure suddenly walked into the hall. Everyone subconsciously looked at the figure, and then their eyes were filled with surprise. Young master, little you, I and Ling, ran toward Ning Qi with surprise on their faces. Hall master, Dongfang Haojie and the others stood up and bowed. Shock flashed in Venerable Shi Lu's eyes when she sensed Ning Qi's aura. Then, she looked at Ning Qi curiously. They hadn't seen each other for less than 100 years, but Ning Qi's aura had already reached such a terrifying level? Although Ning Qi's combat strength was strong back then, his cultivation level wasn't high, and he was far from the 9th Tribulation Realm. But now it was very different. Venerable Shi Lu judged that Ning Qi's current cultivation level was at least comparable to those peak Yuan venerates. Husband, you're back. Sacred Concubine Cold Sky got up with a smile and walked over to Ning Qi. Ning Qi looked down at her belly. He hadn't seen her for a few decades, and her belly had bulged a lot. However, there was still a long time before the birth date. Ning Qi scanned her with his spirit consciousness and found that the little fellow in her belly was full of vitality. A few decades might be a very long time for mortals, but for cultivators, it was only a few dozen days. Therefore, Ning Qi hadn't been away for a very long time. His current appearance was no different from before, and he didn't have a 5-meter-tall body. This was because he had encountered a void storm on his way back from the immortal prison. Not only had the void storm not killed him, but it had also helped him completely refine the demonic qi in his body. Ning Qi had only maintained a 5-meter-tall body because he didn't want to be recognized too early. That naughty fellow, is he still in your belly and doesn't want to come out? Ning Qi chuckled. Sacred Concubine Cold Sky smiled and reached out to touch her belly with a trace of affection on her face. Then Ning Qi greeted Wang Lin and his wife, Dongfang Haojie, Venerable Shi Lu, and Venerable Shi Lu before sitting down in the middle. Wang Lin and his wife were a little excited. Wang Lin took the lead and said, Bei Xian, there is news that great sage Xianzhen has returned to the Wang family's ancestral city. Is it true? It's true. Ning Qi nodded with a smile. Dongfang Haojie and the others didn't find it strange. From the moment they saw Ning Qi, they had already guessed that the news outside was true and that it wasn't fake news deliberately spread by Dao Development, Celestial City, to lure them. Wang Lin and Fei Yuding heaved a sigh of relief. Knowing that great sage Xianzhen was still alive was already the best news. However, Ning Qi changed the topic and said with a wry smile, when great sage Xianzhen was thrown into the immortal prison, his mind was invaded by demonic qi. Now he has no memory and is no longer the great sage Xianzhen of the past. It is as if he has become a different person. Don't be too surprised when you see him. Well, he has already gotten married in the immortal prison. Wang Lin and Fei Yuding were shocked by Ning Qi's words at first, but when they heard the last sentence, they were stunned. What did Ning Qi say? Wang Lin couldn't believe it. His father found him a stepmother? Good grandson. What did you just say? I didn't hear it clearly. Can you say it again? Fei Yuding was dumbfounded. Chapter 2065. Chapter 2065 of the WR Big Fish Hooked. Wang Family Ancestral City. Why hasn't there been any movement from Dao Development Immortal City? The Divine Lord's 2 guardians died here, but the Divine Lord didn't show up? Is the Supreme Divinity afraid? Lower your voice. There are spies everywhere. If they hear you, you'll lose your life. The cultivators in the Ancestral City were confused. It had been more than a month since the deaths of Immortal King Li Tian and Immortal King Qian Yuan, but there was still no movement. There was a teleportation array in the central continent, so they should have arrived at the Azure Dragon continent within a month, Have the people from the sixth Tao of Reincarnation sect arrived? They're here. They're over there. The 9 Phantasms Ancient Temple and the Mental Demon Sect are here too. Groups after groups of cultivators entered the Wang family's ancestral city in a very low-key manner. They were the 6 Paths of Reincarnation Sect, the Heart Demon Sect, the Yin-Yang Sect, the 9 Serenities Demon Sect, the Battle Sect, and the 9 Phantasms Ancient Temple. All of them were led by the strongest sect masters of their respective sections. Once they entered the Wang family's ancestral city, they immediately dispersed. The disciples below them dispersed, and only the 9 Serenities Demon Venerate and the others followed by 3 to 5 elder-level existences. Senior Brother Nightless, do you think Yuan Venerate Devil Corpse can really walk out of the immortal prison? Xiao Weia had 2 junior brothers by his side. The 2 junior brothers seemed to be a little afraid. After they left, the 2 of them still followed Xiao Weia closely. One of them couldn't help but ask, "Impossible," Xiao Weia said indifferently. When his 2 junior brothers heard this, they immediately heaved a sigh of relief in their hearts, and their complexions became slightly better. Other than the 6 major sects, the rest of the first-rate sects and second-rate sects arrived at the Wang family's ancestral city, one after another. Cultivators who were observant noticed that the number of cultivators in the Wang family's ancestral city had increased several times over the past month. If one were to really count, it was likely that 70 to 80% of the cultivators in the Wang family's ancestral city belonged to the Daoyan Celestial Emperor's faction. Gradually, the cultivators that belonged to the Daoyan Immortal Emperor's faction weren't as terrified as they were in the beginning, and it was as if they'd found a large family. Their confidence grew every single day because they knew that the army of the Daoyan Immortal City would arrive very soon. Some cultivators noticed that the horizon was dark, as if many people were rushing over. "The army has arrived. Something's wrong. It's a disciple of the Wang clan." Everyone was dumbfounded. Tens of thousands of Wang clan disciples, led by the elders, flew into the air above the ancestral city. They looked down at them before flying back into the Wang clan's territory. It had to be known that the Wang clan's disciples were nothing more than leftover evildoers. They were hated like street rats that everyone wanted to beat up. That's the dragon slayer guardian Wang Zhong. That's right. It is indeed him. I heard that he has a good relationship with Yuan Venerate Beixian and the Hall Master of the Enforcement Hall, Wang Tong. Hiss! These elders of the Wang clan who have been missing for so many years have all appeared, along with tens of thousands of Wang clan disciples. Are they not going to hide anymore? The cultivators of the various sects watched coldly as the Wang clan disciples passed by them. In the past, they would have suppressed them without hesitation. However, the situation was different now. There was a mysterious expert hidden in the Wang clan's territory, and they didn't dare to act rashly before confirming the identity of this expert. This included the 9 Nether Devil Venerate and the other 9 Tribulation Creators. A few days later, the Wang clan disciples kept returning to the Wang ancestral city from the outside world, including the disciples of the War God Hall and the Blood Abyssal race. The originally quiet Wang ancestral city became extremely lively. Many cultivators saw the Wang clan disciples repairing the main gate and entering and exiting, just like in the past. Many cultivators who had stayed in the Wang ancestral city for many years felt a sense of familiarity when they saw this scene. They felt that the Wang ancestral city had returned to its original state. They are all back. Just Great Sage Xianzhen and Yuan Venerate Devil Corpse made them return without fear of being killed by the Immortal Emperor? Could there be a reason behind this that we don't know? The 9 Nether Devil Venerate and the others gathered together, mainly because they were puzzled by the commotion here. Could it be that he has also returned? Six Path's face was solemn. Did you say Yuan Venerate Beixian? The eyes of the netherworld demon, sovereign, turned cold. When everyone heard this, they looked at each other and kept quiet. If Yuan Venerate Devil Corpse can leave the immortal prison, then so can that person. However, the immortal prison has always been guarded by the immortal emperor. How could they leave the immortal prison quietly? Zhan Qingkong said with a dark expression, "Let's wait. When the Divine Lord and the others arrive, everything will be clear." The netherworld demon Venerable said coldly. In the blink of an eye, another month had passed. During this month, the Kunping Great Sage had also brought the Kunping tribe to the Wang family's territory. When the Great Sage and the others saw this scene, they were certain that the Kunping Great Sage had sided with the Wang family. However, they were puzzled as to why the Kunping Great Sage would take the initiative to get involved in this mess at this time. True Immortal Dear Gate has arrived. True Immortal Dark Knight has arrived. True Immortal Vastsea has arrived. Hiss! One after another, the perfected immortals arrived with countless cultivators behind them. However, they had a tacit understanding and did not enter the Wang family's ancestral city. Instead, they stood in midair on their respective battleships when they were hundreds of miles away from the Wang family's ancestral city. The fluttering flags on the battleships allowed people to clearly distinguish the origin of these battleships. Dao Yan Immortal City has already made its move. It looks like it won't be long before the Divine Lord's main force arrives. There will probably be a huge battle here. We should leave the Wang family's ancestral city first. That's right. Very soon, the Wang family's ancestral city became sparsely populated again. All the cultivators left the Wang family's ancestral city and only dared to watch from afar. After another month, almost all the 300 celestial dynasties of the central continent had arrived. Apart from these celestial dynasties, the forces under the Dao Yin Immortal Emperor had also arrived. Thousands of battleships with countless cultivators were densely surrounding the Wang family's ancestral city. The other cultivators who had arrived could not help but gasp when they saw this scene. Could it be that the Dao Yan Immortal City had already confirmed that Yuan Venerate Devil Corpse and the others had really crawled out of the immortal prison? Not long after, a battleship that was several times larger than all the other battleships, with an even more terrifying aura, suddenly poked its head out of the void. Everyone's gaze turned towards this battleship, their eyes filled with surprise, shock, fear, and complicated emotions. The 9 underworld demon Venerate and the others flew up and landed on this battleship. At the forefront of the battleship stood a young cultivator. He had a sinister expression as he stared in the direction of the Wang family's territory. The big fish has taken the bait. Chapter 2066. Who the hell are you? Greetings, Divine Venerate and Yuan Venerate Han Fei. The Netherworld Devil Venerate and the others cupped their hands in greeting. This colossal battleship was extremely conspicuous among the numerous battleships. It was completely blood-red, and a faint red mist of blood was burning on its exterior. Besides 10X and Yuan Venerate Han Fei, the strongest divine army of Dao Expansion Immortal City was also standing on it. At this very moment, all the worship masters were looking at the tough donkey one after another. It seemed like they were waiting for its order. Those ordinary cultivators in the vicinity were so scared that they didn't even dare to breathe. The atmosphere in the surroundings gradually became tense. Are Immortal King Li Tian and Immortal King Qian Yuan really dead? Tenacious Donkey said indifferently. The netherworld demon's sovereign came up and cupped his hands as he said in a low voice, "I have already investigated and countless cultivators saw that day. The 2 celestial kings did indeed die in the Wang family's territory." At this time, a battleship flew towards 10X and the others. Everyone was startled when they saw it, but when they saw the master of that battleship, they immediately understood. Many of the true immortals revealed a strange expression in their eyes. There was greed and adoration. Yuding greets the Divine Lord. The warship slowly stopped. Immortal King Yuding soared into the sky and landed in front of 10X and the others. She bowed respectfully and said, "Immortal King Yuding, what's the matter?" 10X slightly creased its brows. I was there when immortal king Li Tian and immortal king Qian Yuan died. Yuding immortal king said in a low voice. Everyone was slightly startled. After that, they turned to look at Yu Ting, immortal king, as a strange look flashed in their eyes. Immortal king Li Tian and immortal king Yu Ting both died, but she was actually fine? Oh, tell me the details. 10x snorted coldly. Yuding immortal king recounted everything she had seen that day in a few words. Everyone's expression became even more solemn. Yuan Venerate Hanfei looked at Tenacious Donkey and whispered, Divine Venerate, do you think that Yuan Venerate demonic corpse really came out of the immortal prison? Bullshit. Tenacious Donkey snorted coldly. Yuan Venerate Hanfei's expression changed slightly, and he kept quiet. However, there was a trace of anger in the depths of his eyes. As a Yuan Venerate, Tenacious Donkey didn't give him any face at all. If it wasn't for the Daoyan Celestial Lord, he wouldn't have stood there and suffered. The Netherworld Demonic Venerate and the others bowed even more. They could sense that Tenacious Donkey was furious. Otherwise, it wouldn't have disrespected Yuan Venerate Hanfei. At this time, whoever provoked the stubborn little donkey might die a very painful death. I don't believe anyone can walk out of a place like the immortal prison. That damned guy is trying to play tricks on us. Today, I will make him reveal his true colors. The tough donkey sneered. No one doubted its words. After all, there were close to 300 true immortals here. Each true immortal had at least 10,000 subordinates, and the most was several tens of thousands of them. Tens of millions of cultivators could easily flatten the Wang family's ancestral city, let alone reveal the enemy's true identity. Listen up, you scoundrel inside. I will wait here for 10 breaths of time. If you don't show yourself, I will make sure you die without a burial ground. The tough donkey urged the warship to fly to the front and stared in the direction of the Wang family's ancestral city. Its voice spread in all directions under the influence of the power of creation. Basically, the voice of the tough donkey could be heard within a radius of several thousand miles. The cultivators nearby were looking forward to it. After waiting for so long, they could finally find out whether the powerhouse in the Wang family's ancestral land was Yuan Venerate Devil Corpse. As soon as the tough donkey finished speaking, a figure suddenly appeared in front of everyone. This person was extremely handsome, but he exuded a lazy aura as if he was on an excursion. He strolled forward without a trace of fear in the face of the thousands of warships and tens of millions of cultivators around him. How could it be him? The great sage of Middle-earth, the green underworld great sage, and the glass dragon great sage were dumbfounded as they looked at the figure. It's him. Xiao Wuya, Fuji, Zhan Donglai, and Yu Feng were all shocked. Their bodies couldn't help but tremble, and their hearts were in turmoil. It's him. How could it be him? How could it be him? Gasp! Almost all the cultivators present gasped as they looked at the figure in disbelief. The scene of the three of them being imprisoned by the Tao Yin Celestial Lord decades ago appeared in their minds. This face was exactly the same as that of Yuan Venerate North Mystic, who had killed Yuan Venerate Sangji, suppressed Yuan Venerate Zulu, and captured the Divine Venerate alive. The ninth Darkness Demon Venerate and the others were horrified and took a step back subconsciously. 10x, who was standing in front of them, also turned pale. Wasn't it said that Yuan Venerate Devil Corpse? Why was it him? Ha ha ha. They were so scared that they didn't dare speak when the mysterious North Patriarch came out. Did you see the expression on that Divine Venerate's face? What a joke. He was so arrogant just now. Serves him right. Now that the mysterious North Patriarch has returned from the immortal prison, his strength must have improved greatly. Perhaps after today, we will be able to walk openly in the central mainland without fear of being surrounded and killed. In the Wang family's ancestral land, many pairs of excited and admiring eyes were fixed on Ningqi. At this moment, everyone felt a sense of pride. Who the hell are you? The tenacious donkey woke up from its fright and roared at Ning Chi while putting on a fierce appearance. Ning Chi smiled and said, "Tough donkey, don't you recognize who I am? Could it be that in less than 100 years you've already forgotten the days when you begged for mercy at my hands?" Gasp. It's really Yuan Venerate North Mystic. Unbelievable. Yuan Venerate North Mystic has come out of the immortal prison. Then the rumors from before are true. Was the one I saw really Yuan Venerate Devil Corpse? Doesn't that mean that Yuan Venerate Immortal Slayer has also come out of the immortal prison? The surrounding cultivators were terrified. They had actually been in the same city as Yuan Venerate Immortal Slayer, Yuan Venerate Devil Corpse, and Yuan Venerate North Mystic, the three most influential figures in the past hundreds of thousands of years. Compared to Yuan Venerate Devil Corpse, Yuan Venerate Immortal Slayer was even more terrifying. Back then, his zombie army had swept through the world and conquered almost half of the central mainland. Almost half of the perfected immortals present had fought Yuan Venerate Immortal Slayer before, but they had all been defeated. Impossible. You have already been imprisoned in the immortal prison by my master. How could you have returned to the central mainland? You are not Ning Beixian. Who the hell are you? The tough donkey screamed. Many cultivators noticed the fear in its eyes. At the same time, many more cultivators realized that the tough donkey's voice was trembling. This was obviously a result of extreme fear. Are you trying to stall for time and wait for your master to come and save you again? Ning Chi chuckled. A moment later, his figure suddenly appeared in front of the tough donkey. The immortal race's cultivation technique allowed him to travel 90,000 miles in an instant.